I think we better get started here, although there'll be a few people that'll come in and they get a set up front here, right?
Right.
We really appreciate everybody's interest in prairie and preserving native rangelands in Kansas and throughout the Central Great Plains. And one of the invasive threats that is coming forward now and has really shown a tremendous impact to the south of Kansas and now is threatening to be a major factor that we have to deal with in Kansas, in all the prairie and rangeland regions of the state, are these invasive grasses, these old world bluestems. And we're very privileged to have some speakers today that are very well informed on this subject and have been doing research and field studies and can bring you the latest. We also want to thank the co-sponsors of this event, the Kansas Wildlife Federation, Kansas Native Plant Society, Texas Plant Hills, Kansas Land Trust, Prairie Heritage, and the Roadrunner Wildlife Sanctuary. And did I miss anybody else? We have a bunch of co-sponsors, and it's really a Partnerships Unlimited activity that we have here today. We also really want to thank the Konza Prairie staff who made this room available to us and gotten everything ready. John Briggs, Tom Van Slyke, Jim Larkin and his wife and all the other staff. Our first speaker this morning, and the person that we've really designed this workshop around to a considerable degree, is Karen Hickman, and she comes up from Stillwater, although she has spent an awful lot of time right in this area, and she will carry forward and introduce the other speakers as we move along. We will have donuts and coffee and other refreshments at some point this morning when we take a short break, and then we will have lunch, and I will try and count everybody's heads so that if we are short a little bit in terms of what I've planned, I see there's some people that didn't let me know you'd come, but we'll run out and get a buffalo and get him barbecued. With that, Karen, we welcome you back to Kansas.
I got to get all organized here. Just a sec. Can you hear me, the camera guy? Okay. And I'm going to talk louder, but I just have to say, man, I get emotional very easily, have always in my life. And that's what started this trail. And I'm going to let me turn this slide off real quick. There we go. This is a trail that I try to show this slide every time I talk about old world bluestem or invasives, because this is a trail just northwest of Alva. I'm from Alva, Oklahoma. So if you know Hartner, Medicine Lodge, Coldwater, I'm just south of there, Kiowa, etc. And I've had, I started with old world bluestems in I couldn't decide if it was 93 or 94. Effectively, I was driving to a family reunion in northwestern Woods County, which is just south of that area in Kansas. And I was driving along, and I was born and raised on a farm, a wheat farm and a cattle ranch. And I would drive out there, that's where my mother was raised, and I always loved looking at the wildflowers along the paths. People are gonna go to sleep if we put those down all the way. So trust me, no. Oh, well, no, they can't. So as I was going to this family reunion, I saw there's this weird grass. The plants, the flowers weren't there. And this was in August, so the flowers weren't there. It was all this grass, and it was this yellowy, crappy looking grass. And I couldn't figure out what it was, and so I went and talked to my father, and because he farmed and ranched in that area, and he goes, man, I think it's that I think it's that spar grass, or I think it's that iron master. And so I went and I started doing some investigation, and I found out that, oh wait, we planted it to CRP, Conservation Reserve Program, and we planted mainly that in Oklahoma. And so what I saw was the beginnings of the invasion from those Conservation Reserve Program plantings. Had fights with my relatives because they ended up planting this to hay because they were wheat farmers and wheat wasn't doing good, so they decided to plant old world bluestem, and they can hay it and grow it and fertilize it, and it's, you know, easy, lazy farming. That's what I tell them to their face too. And this happens to be a pasture that, this was native CRP, and let me make sure I've got my pointer. This was a native CRP, so it was planted to a native mixture. And across the road, the same landowner had a field that was planted to Old World Bluestem. And that Old World Bluestem, he would drive in, he had a pond down there, so he'd go in there, and then he would proceed to drive this 2-track down along the terraces, and you can see, and I'll show this slide a little bit more later, but you can see along the terraces, you can see that spread of Old World Bluestem from his moving his vehicle back and forth without even, he didn't even think about it. Today, this pasture is completely Old World Bluestem. Okay? So what I'm going to do, Ron gave me a challenge, and I got a little emotional, and I could still easily get emotional, because in 1994, I felt as though I was the only one that cared about it. And now I'm looking out, and I'm seeing faces that I haven't seen in probably a decade or so, and it just warms my heart. So thank you for caring. So there's a lot of other people that I've worked with, and I couldn't have done this without so many people. I have collaborators from Oklahoma State, Gail Wilson. She used to be here at K-State. She's done a lot of stuff with me. Keith Harmony, you'll hear him talk. He's at K-State at Hayes. I'll go down the list too, just like I gotta find Mitch Greer. He's also gonna talk. He was got his PhD at K-State, and now he's at Fort Hays State. And he's also gonna speak to you. But all of these individuals have really been integral in just starting the process of understanding what Old World Bluestem problems exist and can we do anything about them. Right? I hire so many undergraduates, and there's so many agency personnel and land managers, and I'll mention a few of you in a minute. And we couldn't have done it without funding, and I don't list these necessarily in any particular order, but I want to highlight two. And that's the Comanche Pool Prairie Resource Foundation down there by Coldwater, and also Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks. If they hadn't have started us on the path of funding to provide just some funds to do a study, I don't know that we'd be here today. And there's a lot of other stuff. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you this overview of Old World Bluestem. Knowledge that I have a stack of articles that I went to this past couple of weeks just to refresh my memory on some of the history associated with its introduction, or their introductions and everything. And most of those publications, I think I'm the only one that has. Keith might have them, or I stole them from him. But we've just accumulated every kind of fact sheet, everything possible about them. And what we found is we focus on 2 different species of Old World Bluestems. And I'm going to call them Old World Bluestem. If I'm talking about Caucasian, I'll say that, or whatever. But basically, we're talking about Bothria chloa species. At first, it was an andropogon. When it came in the 20s and 30s, they would refer to it as an andropogon species because they knew it was a relative of some of our other dominant grasses. We introduced it from a variety of places. For those of you that are with the Native Plant Society, you might know Ron Turrell. Ron Turrell's a native plant guy in Oklahoma. He was the taxonomist at Oklahoma State for decades, who just retired. I took a class with him in 1983, and oh my gosh, it was all native species, right? Until 2 months after he retired, he would never admit to me that he took a visit to China in 1980s to try to find additional cultivars to bring into the States. I slapped him. Anyway, We have a variety of names that we can go by. Yellow bluestem is kind of a broad group. WW spar, King Ranch, Plains, and some people like to call this KR bluestem. And I have a friend that calls it Karen Renee, because my initial is Renee, or Karen Renee, and it's horrible. WW Ironmaster, and I'm just going to go ahead and make the dig. The reason for WW is Woodward, Oklahoma. And I said that to Phil Sims, those of you who know Phil Sims too. Anyway, some of these are, Ganada really wasn't a successful one, and I just heard it's on the not approved list. I'm just going to make a statement about the Plains bluestem. Plains bluestem was a cultivar that was provided that had a mixture of 30 different accessions, 30 different genetic capabilities, if you will, that were mixed together to be planted in a variety of fields. And then certainly, the one you guys are, many of you here are most concerned about is Bothriochloa blattii, or Caucasian bluestem. Its origins are mainly from Eurasia and Africa. There's two main cultivars. They'll go by Caucasian, and it used to be Bothriochloa caucasicus, and now it's Bothriochloa blattii. And then B-Doll. And I was on a field trip to southern Oklahoma last week, and B-Doll mainly came out of Texas. It's a more drought-hardy, more heat-tolerant variety of blattii. And they aren't having a problem with it escaping. And I said, yet. Okay. Its original introduction was in the late 1890s. That subsequently came in the 20s. There's a whole list of times that it has come in. And up until the 80s, we were still trying to improve it. Okay. There's a variety of, I'm going to give you the difference between the two species, the blattii and the ishamum. So Caucasian is on your left. Oops, sorry, just a second. Caucasian is on your left here. Okay. It has more of that, I call it the Christmas tree appearance because it makes me not like Eastern red cedar either. So it's got that horrible looking, anyway. It's got the kind of the inflorescence that kind of has that pyramid shape. I saw Ron's email yesterday about some of the places that he's found along here or near here that have those spaces where nothing grows. That's just kind of a slide visualizing that, and I'll talk about that more in a minute. The yellow bluestem, or the Bothriochloa ishamum, has more of the, and the bad thing is it grows about mid-high or mid-thigh high, and it has the, kind of like the turkey foot appearance, right? Oh, you have no idea. Poor people who have no clue what they're looking at. They think it's a big bluestem, especially given the fact that we have bluestem in its name. So it gets very confusing for people whenever they're trying to talk about it. But it too will form those dense monoculture stands. When it's invading, it is not as bunchy. Okay? Caucasian is definitely a bunch grass, a cespitose. Yellow blue is not as bunchy, and it will kind of more spread out, at least in most of the places I've seen it. Okay. So what we're going to do is I wanted to put importance in italics and those symbols you use when you're cussing, which if I cuss today, I apologize, but it just makes me angry. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about why we brought it in. Okay. Well, one of the key reasons was for livestock forage potential. Okay. It was thought that it would be an easy plant to grow and to establish and to provide high quality protein. It has high quality forage, and in a monoculture setting, cattle will do well on it. I mean, you can't argue that fact. The hay, you can't argue the fact that it's not good quality hay for livestock producers. But I won't go there yet. I'll say that in a minute. It establishes quickly and easily. Okay, so if you have a field that you want to convert, you want it converted quickly, okay, and well. Voila. Okay. It responds well to fertilizer. I used to always say you could apply up to 150 pounds per acre of fertilizer and it'll still keep going. And as I was reviewing the articles, I found one that says, oh, you can apply 200 pounds per acre and it'll still keep growing. Okay. Erosion control, that was one of the key ones. In the 30s, in the soil seed bank era, in Kansas especially, there were several fields, several acre or many acres that were planted to an Old World Bluestem, and it's probably Caucasian or a variety of Caucasian that was planted just mainly for erosion control. Okay. High seedling vigor. If you get a seed to germinate, the seeds are going to succeed, okay, and establish well. It can handle drought, and we will show evidence of that now in the greenhouse that is really looking at how well it can tolerate drought. Okay. And then it also is good with grazing. So you can, as my one of my colleagues that I went and visited on a field trip, you can graze the hell out of it, and it's going to come back. And it'll come back every year. All you have to do is put a little fertilizer to it, and you can, man, you can do so well with it in production. Okay. Highly productive. It's shown that if in a monoculture stand, it will produce more than a monoculture of a native species or a mixture of a native species. So good production. Okay. Good if you want to make round bells. Okay. Produces many seeds. If you want to establish something quickly and then you want everybody else to plant it, you want an organism, you want a plant that will produce a lot of seeds, you can then harvest them and you plant them and there's lots of successful seedlings. Okay. So lots of seeds. Another one, and this was just kind of a summary of them, you can easily establish it, it's drought hardy, you can graze it, and it's going to have high quality forage, and that's in that monoculture setting or in the hay bale where they're eating it. If it's in a native system, it is invaded, we see evidence that they're avoiding it. The cattle would avoid it. Okay? So then I went to that list, and I teach a class called Ecology of Invasive Species. And so I go through with my students and we talk about characteristics of invasive species. And so what I did is I go, I'm going to look at the list and see which one of these are characteristics of invasive species. Everything in yellow is a characteristic of an invasive species. Okay? There you go. We're so good. Oh, there you go. There you go. Oops. Okay. As I read through historical documents and documents that talk about the introduction of these these grasses, I love reading the phrases that talk about things you should just know about it. It's somewhat weedy. 1958. Okay. It is aggressive, and that's a different article, 1958. Okay. It establishes quickly. Okay. Anecdotal evidence of spread into native rangeland. And this came in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and now. In '99, there was an article that was done on Konza, Mindy Smith and Alan Knapp, that said Old World Bluestem is invasive, and that's '99. That's one of the first. There's a woman, Norma Fowler, down in at UT, University of Texas, in Austin, who also looked at some of the characteristics of King Ranch Bluestem and said, yeah, it's invasive. And then Ron Turrell, 10 years after he went to China, said, no, whoops, it's invasive. Okay. So we widely promoted them, and I have to put a caveat on that. We widely promoted them mainly in Oklahoma. Okay. So the introductions that were made, Kansas had some involvement in the breeding of Old World Bluestem and those cultivars. But the main two sites where the breeding occurred of Old World Bluestem and the release was Oklahoma State University, Charles Taliaferro, and Woodward ARS Station. So the Woodward, Oklahoma Agricultural Research Service Station. I read an article recently that said they had over, 500 blew my mind. They had 500 different accessions, and I think it went upwards of 800 different accessions that they were studying, and proudly they stated they had the most cultivars or varieties of Old World Bluestem in any place, in one site. I'll also pick on a company, Johnston Grain, also got hooked up with Woodward, and Johnston Grain is based out of Enid, Oklahoma. Johnson Seed is based out of Enid, Oklahoma, and they really promoted the use of Old World Bluestem in plantings in Oklahoma and Texas. Mainly in the 80s and 90s, that was the primary grass that was planted. We were converting wheat from wheat, we were converting from cropland, and we were putting it into perennial grasses. We didn't want to take the time to wait for perennials, natives to be established. So we got in a hurry. Oklahomans have no patience. And we planted a lot of Old World Bluestem, but it was easily available, it established quickly, and it was cheap. Okay? In the Central and Southern Great Plains, we did a lot of Conservation Reserve Program plantings that were to the Old World Bluestems. We planted a lot of hay or grazing pastures to Old World Bluestems, still being done today. In Texas and Oklahoma, it was common practice for rights-of-way to be planted to King Ranch Bluestem was commonly planted in Texas until I think it was 99. In 1999, Bill Clinton signed an executive order defining invasive species, and soon thereafter, Texas quit planting them along roadsides, and Oklahoma soon there followed. Pipeline reed seedings, up until probably, I'm going to say 5 to 7 years ago, I'll pick on OERB, Oklahoma Energy Resources Board. They basically are the ones that they reclaim abandoned well sites, pipelines, etc. And they'll come in and reseed your land. And up until about 5 to 7 years ago, they were using Old World Bluestem or Bermuda grass. Until the Nature Conservancy at the Tallgrass Prairie, is Bob here? Bob was going to be here. Bob Hamilton at the Nature Conservancy at the Tallgrass Prairie Preserve in Oklahoma said, no, let's not do that. You didn't have that problem in Kansas because the battle had already been waged and won. So those well site reclamations, definitely. We're absolutely considering an invasive threat to native grasslands, and that is well recognized in all areas now, except in some producers. Many producers, as well as NRCS offices, just really want to avoid the invasive thought and go with the economic gain. Easy available, etc. And I'll give an example. If you came in and you saw that big honkin' poster that was out there, Oklahoma's Dirty Dozen, I brought that mainly for one reason, and it's the plant that's in the bottom left-hand corner. It's yellow bluestem, Old World Bluestem. I went to an NRCS office just south of the border of Kansas into Oklahoma a couple weeks ago, and it's some former students of mine, and I look at the poster, I'm going, oh my gosh, you got the Dirty Dozen poster up, good job. And they said, oh, but we had to recount because there's actually 13 on there, that's why it's a Dirty Dozen, right? Anyway, they covered up one of them. Bottom left-hand corner, they covered it up with white paper. Why? They are still promoting it. Okay, so this map I'm using, and Randy Rogers is going to go, wait, what are you using this map for, right? So anyway, I'm using this map to illustrate a particular point. So all of the yellow here, if you know what this map is, just ignore it. All of the yellow here is CRP, okay? And Conservation Reserve Program lands in Oklahoma, as well as kind of the Panhandle and the northern part of Texas, those were planted predominantly to Old World Bluestems. Okay. In Kansas, the first sign-ups that occurred in the late 80s, so if your land was held and managed by an FSA office or an NRCS office in Oklahoma, so you had a minor portion of your land that was in Kansas, you could use the Oklahoma list of species in the first couple sign-ups. So in the first couple sign-ups of CRP in this region of Kansas, some Old World Bluestem CRP was planted, okay? And then, and I've never had, this story is not written down, I haven't ever seen it written down, but I've heard it told by many people, is that there were a few people, I'm going to say Sharp Brothers Seeds, and also there was some NRCS agent who battled hard to make sure that Old World Bluestems weren't allowed in those sign-ups. So Kansas eliminated Old World Bluestems as a potential seeding for CRP within just the first couple of years of the CRP program. Okay. The majority of land, let me back up, the majority of land in this region, so over 1 million hectare of Old World Bluestem was planted. Okay? And then you go to the USDA plants database. So I use this regularly to find out where things are. USDA plants database they have a plant of the week. Last year, Old World Bluestem was a plant of the week. Oh my gosh, I had to take like 2 blood pressure medicine pills that day. Horrible. So here's where we have reported Old World Bluestem, okay? Kansas is primarily going to be bladii, but most of these counties have a mixture of the bladii and the ishamum. In Oklahoma, it's predominantly going to be Old World Bluestem or yellow bluestem, and I'm just going to say every county should be lit up in both states. Okay, a side story. So I went to Fort Lauderdale, Florida, a few years ago, and was excited to go to the Everglades National Park. So I drove to the Everglades National Park, and I got the list of invasive species, and I was all excited because Old World Bluestem wasn't on the list. And then I was driving along the road, and I stopped, and I have pictures of Old World Bluestem in Everglades National Park. Oops. So yeah, there you go. Lovely site. Okay, over 1 million hectare planted in Texas in a 10-year period, and that was when the major CRP signups were. We have no idea how much actual acreage exists, either invaded or planted. We know in some, or actually many of the Oklahoma counties, over 50% of that CRP was planted to Old World Bluestem. Okay. Told you that. Okay. In Kansas, I know there are sites in the southern portion of Kansas that had soil seed bank plantings planted to Old World Bluestem, and those sat there for a while and haven't caused any problem until I got some relatives calling me up and saying, oh darn. Kansas had limited use of Old World Bluestem of Old World Bluestem and CRP. There were many studies on grazing and production of Old World Bluestem done at the Agri Experiment Station in Hays. Okay, so that's Kansas's history associated with Old World Bluestem. Okay. Just a little story, and Keith is going to go, oh, I haven't seen these slides for a while. I used to be at Fort Hays State, and Keith got some funding to basically hire a lot of my undergrads to use Fort Hays State University motor pool vehicles to drive every county road in Trigo, Ellis, and Russell County. Some of those are not passable roads, but they did anyway. Whew, it was fun. So what they did was they could identify, and they had to go at a time where it was headed out so they could tell the difference between the two. Because if it's not headed out, I can't tell the difference between them, and I've looked at it at a time. Trigo, so the yellow is yellow bluestem, ishamum. The red is Caucasian. Okay? So in Trigo County, and this is 15 years ago. Okay? So in Trigo County had a few, Ellis County had a lot. We thought that it was possibly, so if you go from Hays at the Ag Experiment Station up through in some research sites, some of that may be spread from the Hays site. And then Russell County had more yellow than Caucasian. And then what some of the students did is they layered it upon some of the land use maps that they got. And in Trigo, so the green is cropland, and we didn't designate what crop it was. The purple is CRP, and the brown is rangeland, is native grass. Okay? I see it with cropland. I see it with CRP. Okay? If we go to Ellis County, okay, a lot of cropland association. Keep in mind, it responds well to nitrogen. Okay? So if you have any runoff or drift of that nitrogen, that could certainly assist its spread. Okay? In Russell County, it was, I have no idea what the pattern, cropland mainly, okay? So this was 2000, okay? We have no idea what it's done, because I don't know that the motor pool would let us use their vehicles again. Anyway, 15 years ago. So we also had studies, and I'm just going to highlight, these are dates from the late 1990s and early 2000s. And this is mainly when I was at Hays, Kansas, at Fort Hays State, in the biology department there. And we had a lot of, just little projects going on. Rachel Copeland Knight, she did a study, and this was down in Comanche County, or Woods County and Alfalfa County, and then Comanche County, Kansas as well, where she wanted to know, okay, so we see Old World Bluestem. So again, this is history. We see Old World Bluestem plantings. Is it escaping? And if so, how? So what she did is she went to these study areas in that area. She found 18 different fields. All of them had spread. And 18 fields means it was planted and it was outside the border of the planting. Okay? And just a cool map that she produced was, here's the planted field. So these are mainly CRP fields, or maybe a hay field. And so she didn't just see that frontal assault, right? She didn't see that slow spread and frontal assault. Instead, she was seeing what I call guerrilla warfare. It's popping out there. We have no idea how it was getting there, because these were fenced boundaries. Okay? So we know that there was a relationship with Old World Bluestem management. Was it hayed or not? We did direction from, we did what was the adjacent management. And basically, these are the things that we found were associated with the spread. Soil type, the aspect, the disturbance, how big the field was, and then the grazing, right? Oh, well, that's predictive, right? Everything gets that. So this really didn't go anywhere. It just really helped add some knowledge about the fact that it is spreading. Okay? So I have to take a break because this gets emotional for me. So about 15 years ago, this was before Rachel had done that study, I was this young professor. I was energetic. I was naive and idealistic. And I wanted to study Old World Bluestem competition. How does it compete? I'm a plant ecologist. I was trained here, raised here at K-State. Dave Hartnett, trained plant ecologist. I want to know that plant interaction. I want to know that mechanism. People don't care about that, right? So it wasn't about the plants, right? I wanted to know how come that got that way. So I had some connections, and I'm going to give Dwayne Rice, Lauren Graff, Randy Rogers, and was it Ken Brunson? Ken Brunson, the Comanche Pool, Ted Alexander, Kent Jarnigan, a lot of the guys down there, Lauren Graff, all those guys down there basically said they were down by Comanche County. They were curious and concerned about mixed grass prairie, and they wanted to increase the research on mixed grass prairie. They did not want to give me money to do a greenhouse study, to study competition. They wanted to know something better, because it's not about the plants. It was not about the plants. It's about how does it affect birds. So what I did was, okay, I'm in a biology department at Fort Hays State. I got other people around that know more about birds than I ever will. But we made the connections, and we got to do a study on the effect on birds. And I can honestly say this was the start of people caring. Oops, I fast forwarded. Okay, so what we did was had a graduate student, Jan Steyer, who basically quantified bird species, abundance and richness, and then how much food they have available. And this was all done in Barber County. Okay? So she went and established fields in native rangeland, okay? Native rangeland. She established field in what we called native CRP, okay? CRP that had been planted to native. And then she also established plots in Old World Bluestem fields, okay? So monocultures of Old World Bluestem. And what she found was, so here's our native rangeland, here's our CRP. CRP is the native CRP, and then our Old World Bluestem monoculture. So species richness dropped down in Old World Bluestem. Okay? Fewer bird species in Old World Bluestem than native or native CRP. Okay? Number of individuals per sample. So she did point counts. Those of you who've done point counts. She did point counts. And basically, Old World Bluestem she was not very busy in her Old World Bluestem fields because there weren't a lot of individuals there. Okay? And then she was very busy on this because she sweep netted a lot and then had to sort out all the insects and all the grasses and everything and did dry mass to weigh how much biomass of insects there were. And basically, there were fewer less food available in the Old World Bluestem relative to the native. Okay? We think we attributed that mainly to one, it's the monoculture and there are no forbs present. And the forbs weren't growing there either. Okay? So this was really the start of people caring, I think. So, Randy. All right, that's the history of Old World Bluestem. We now have people caring that Old World Bluestem is a problem because it's affecting birds. So now what we want to do is we want to transition to the research that's been conducted since then on more mechanisms and more reasons why it is so challenging to battle Old World Bluestem. Okay? Does anybody need a break yet? Are we good? Okay. Now good. I had to divide this out or else it was too big of a PowerPoint. And Tim, you may have to help me here. Is it Tim? Yeah. I have no idea what button to push. Good job.
That's not the right one yet. You gotta start your slideshow, and then it would have worked. Go to slideshow and start your slideshow.
I was going down here. Does that work? Bloop, bloop. Okay. You have no idea how daunting this task was to produce this much and talk for this long. And I could talk. And I know you can hear me in the back. So, right? Exactly. So, again, what my goal is for this is to talk about the research that's been done since we started caring about Old World Bluestem as a problem. And again, I am always going to show there are so many people that have worked on this throughout, okay? And so much funding has come available. Okay, so what we're going to do is we've basically divided this research up into kind of 4 categories. Population traits, which is going to go very fast, because they did a pretty good job of it before they released it, finding out what the characteristics were, and they didn't know what they were doing. Again, I pick on people, sorry. Community level effects, and we'll talk about a variety of community level effects. And then we're going to talk about Old World Bluestem's response to global change. Basically, hotter, drier, okay? And see how it happens. And then we're going to talk about the challenges of restoration, and we'll see what time we're at, because I think we're going to be good. And I should have said before I start this, does anybody have any questions about the history? Sorry. Yes, sir.
Why is it further north than, say, the Nebraska or Iowa border?
So, Caucasian bluestem, the one you guys are dealing with, has the highest cold tolerance. That sounds wrong, but it's more cold tolerant than the other varieties are. Nebraska did not put that in any seed mixture that I'm aware of. It's there. They have it documented in some herbarium specimens, and it's been there for a few decades, but it hasn't caused the problem. It may be the cold tolerance. Okay? Another reason I would propose is propagule pressure. That's what I call it, propagule pressure. That's why Oklahoma has so many more eastern red cedar trees, and you guys are getting them now. Why? Because we planted a ton. And so we have propagule pressure. There are seeds everywhere. So we have seeds because there was research done. It was at Plant Materials Center here at Manhattan in the early 1900s. So before 1950, there was Old World Bluestem in our plant materials center. Once you get that seed source, we know it produces a lot of seeds, we're going to spread it readily. Okay? And there's a lot of anecdotal stories. There's a lot of stories that have been told that some people around here would actually go and see a bare spot and throw it out. Okay? There you go. So that's my logic. Others? Yes, sir?
In the Ozarks, it's considered a wonderful grass.
And
you can buy the seed.
you can buy the seed here if you can find the company to buy it from. You can buy the seed in Oklahoma, Texas. You can buy the seed. Missouri just recently has said that they're very concerned about it. They did not have as much planted as what Oklahoma and Kansas did. And so, yeah. But, you know, they plant tall fescue and Johnson grass. It's a whole thing. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to move through this, and we're going to do a tag team a little bit as we go through this. Okay, so we're going to talk first about the fact that when we talk about Old World Bluestems, we're really talking about more than just a couple species. So we certainly have the Caucasian bluestem here, but we also have yellow bluestem. Okay, so the Bothriochloa blattii and Bothriochloa ishamum. In Texas, I don't even have King Ranch bluestem here because it would be the same photo. King Ranch is Bothriochloa ishamum. They also have Clayburg bluestem, and this is where, oh my gosh, my students get up in arms because it's dicanthium, and they always think it's dicanthelium. For those of you who know plant names, they always get confused, and I go, no, no, not at all. So dicanthium, Clayburg bluestem, that is probably their biggest Old World bluestem problem, except near Kingsville, Texas, where it's King Ranch bluestem because they planted a lot of it. And then their other concern is bufflegrass. So there are a lot of invasive forage species that we've planted. You guys have Sericea. I mean, we can go Johnson grass. We can talk tall fescue. We can talk smooth brome. All of those are species that are causing us problems. But these two right here, I just think for our region, the central and southern Great Plains, they're just going to be, they're just, I think, for lack of a better word, horrific. Right? And those are our Old World bluestems, those three. Right? So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about the yellow bluestem and the Caucasian bluestem, and we're going to talk about the population carrot level traits. And these are just some studies that have been done throughout the years, and I've just tried to get them organized into some semblance of interest. So this was a study, so those of you from KDOT, you may have known Cheryl Schmidt, now Dunn. She worked for you guys for a while. She was a graduate student of mine who got to do, after we figured out it affected birds, we got to do the competition study, and I'll talk about that in a sec. But she was just watching these plants grow in these pots in the greenhouse, and what she found was that the plants produced rhizomes, or pardon me, stolons. And that hadn't been documented that they had produced stolons, not both species, the ishamum or the blattii. They knew there were rhizomes, but they didn't know there were stolons on both of them. And the other thing that she found was that, and I'm hoping you can see this, this used to be that rhizome, but it broke off at the node, and that's a new plant that has formed. So, and I'm going to make this comment, this is not proven, this is just my observation, is that I have seen some areas that there is not a road going into a field of native rangeland. There's not a road going in. There is no reason why there should be a plant 200 yards from the fence, right? Because there's too much competition and litter for that seed to germinate, I think. In my mind, what I'm thinking is these are breaking from the node. We know how the thunderstorm events can occur. My hypothesis is that it's blowing, and in a thunderstorm event, it quickly establishes quickly, and it roots at the node. No one has ever showed me that it hasn't occurred, and I've never shown that it has. So that's just my hypothesis. So I think my point is that if we have seed production in both of these species, and then we have rhizomes and stolons, that is really, they can access gaps, and they can access resources very readily. Right? So, throughout the years, I just watched these plants invade the pastures and they wouldn't get eaten. And so when Keith and I we both were in Hayes at the same time. This is a pasture that's just on that kind of the southwest side of, what road is that? 280, 283? 183? 183, just across the river. A pasture that's in K-State possession that has, this is all old world bluestem. So this is native plant community. This is old world bluestem, and this has been grazed. Well, what's not being grazed here? Okay, so we thought in most of our observations that the cattle, if it's in an invaded setting, so it's a native rangeland and we've got old world bluestem in there, it is not being grazed. It's being avoided. Okay? We then planted, and this was, oh my gosh, there was a lot of people involved in planting these plots, monoculture plots of old world bluestem, both species, little bluestem, big bluestem, and Cytotes grama. So we had the conservation district and a variety of people out helping seed these species to monoculture plots. And then we hired poor undergraduates who counted and clipped and did tillers, and they staged the development of these stems, or the tillers, of the old world bluestem. And basically what we found was old world bluestem matured earlier than those natives. And let's just give you a heads up on a graph. Got to show some graphs. Okay, so what we have here is we have mean stage weight. So that's how much does the plant weigh at a particular stage. Okay. And then we have calendar day, the Julian calendar day, and my internet wasn't working this morning, so I emailed my husband, I called my husband, and I said, look up what Julian day 162 is, because I couldn't remember. Keith is going to remember. I'm testing you.
What, 162?
Yeah. Oh, dang good. I'm glad I asked my husband then. Okay, 162 is about June 10th, okay? So about June 10th, so the solid line, all the other lines are the native species. The solid line is Caucasian bluestem. So Caucasian bluestem, one, increases its growth more or earlier in the season, but also develops more quickly. So it starts reproducing much earlier than the native species, and that will help promote its grazing avoidance. Okay? Because if you've got a reproductive head there, the cattle are not going to graze it as much. Okay? So there's a variety of other population traits, but everybody did that before they released it. So I see no need to deal with that. So what I want to do is now go to the community level effects. So native plant diversity, we'll talk a little bit about that. The seed bank, what's going on with the seed bank? We'll have Mitch talk about the animals, what's happening with the animal community. Competition, because I got to do the competition study. And then the fact that it's really altering the soil. And then we'll get to allelopathy, and that'll be Mitch again. Okay. Oh yeah, by the way, I just wanted to tease you. This is a picture of non-invaded mixed grass prairie. Okay, moving on. So, see, that's in Oklahoma. That is actually mixed grass prairie. Yeah, mixed grass prairie. Isn't that gorgeous? Okay, so sorry. So, I know the graph's there, but let's just go with it. And it looks like it's not on the screen totally on the left. But what we have basically is native species diversity and species cover. And I'm pretty sure, can you guys see that over there? Let me see if I can see it over here. I can't remember which is on top. Native diversity, so this is native species diversity, and this is native species abundance, or cover. Okay? And along the x-axis is the percent cover of old world bluestem. So what we did is we had an area that had an invasion occurring. We had some sites that were not invaded, so they had 0 old world bluestem cover. And then we went all the way up to, I think it was just over 60% old world bluestem cover, right? So we're getting no old world bluestem, a little bit more, all the way to about 60%. And you can see, basically, you have a reduction in native species diversity and a reduction in native species cover with increasing old world bluestem. So it's affecting the native plant community, okay? Which is going to affect so many different ecosystem functions. I mean, pollination or pollinators, etc. So then we wanted to know, okay, in those areas with that increasing amount of Old World Bluestem, what's going on with the seed bank? Okay, because that's going to be our first line of defense or response if you have a disturbance occur and you have to have revegetation without adding anything to it. What's going to come back? If you've destroyed all the crowns of the perennials, what's going to come back from that? Okay, so what we did was we wanted to know how much Old World Bluestem seed was there, and excuse me, what the native seed bank was, what the diversity of it, what the density of seeds were in that area. And so this was near Clinton, and I'm going to say this because some of you are probably going, gosh, she's talking about Oklahoma a lot. Well, a lot of this research was done in Kansas as well as Oklahoma, and just don't think of that political boundary, right? Don't think of the political boundary because we're in the mixed grass prairie. This has predominantly been done in the mixed grass prairie. What's happening down there is happening up here too, because I totally believe this is just a central and southern Great Plains issue, not just a state localized issue. So this is near Clinton, Oklahoma. If you know where I-40 is between Oklahoma City and Amarillo, about halfway or a little bit less than halfway. We have a field site that, oh yeah, Bob Gillen. Bob Gillen is at the Ag Experiment Station at Hayes, right? He's still there. He planted that. That's Old World Bluestem, and there he planted that. Just saying. I like to place blame where I can. And so there are areas throughout here that Old World Bluestem has invaded. So this is about 130 hectares, so a few hundred acres that we basically went through and sampled 45 different sites, just soil samples, right? So we did the plant community, but we did soil samples to get that soil seed bank. We took 15 non-invaded sites, so no Old World Bluestem on the surface. And then 30 invaded sites, and those 30 invaded sites ranged from 1% up to 60% Old World Bluestem. Okay? We sampled the soil, and my dear graduate student took all those soil samples in and planted them in trays in a greenhouse and watched these little seedlings grow, and he identified the seedlings, plucked them out, and counted over 30,462 seeds that germinated. And I have one growing in my office, and we named it Clemmy because that was the site that was done, and it's an opuntia. It's a cactus, and that's the coolest thing ever that came from a seed. Anyway, there were 112 species that germinated. There's a lot of seeds. So if you think meter square, 5 to 10 centimeters deep, you're looking at over 6,000 seeds in that meter square. That's the average. It ranged, though, from just under 800 to over 14,000 seeds in a meter square. What was on top of the ground was not what was below ground, okay, right? So that's typical of seed bank studies. So yeah, you had similarity of 0.38, not very similar. Okay. So if we think about what's on the above ground part, so what we measured was we got Cytodes grama, blue grama, buffalo grass, ragweed, all the Enotherus. And then if we look at the seed bank, we had a lot of other perennial grasses, a lot of annual forbs, and a lot of invasive grasses. So if we look at 48% of the seeds that were present, the seed density, we had tall dropseed, Sporobolus, Old World Bluestem, broma species, so cheatgrass, Japanese brome, and then windmill grass. Okay? So we focus on the Old World Bluestem. On average, if you take all of those sites and all of those trays, there were over 1,000 seeds of Old World Bluestem on average across all of them, okay? Even in the 0 above ground Old World Bluestem plots. And let's just graph it so you can see that. Okay. So we have some that had no Old World Bluestem and no Old World Bluestem seeds. So we have Old World Bluestem cover and we have Old World Bluestem seeds, okay? So basically, we have an increase in Old World Bluestem seeds as you increase Old World Bluestem presence above ground. Okay. Going to go to one more thing, and let me see what I've got here. Okay. And now let's look at how it affects the native seeds. So this top graph, can you guys see that over on the left? You can't, can you? Okay, good. I can see it on the screen, so I had to cheat. It's native seed density on top. So this is the density of native seeds. Okay, so in that meter square, how many native seeds are present? It's really not affected as you increase Old World Bluestem cover, unless you want to do some, weird statistics. But so far for our samples, it was, you can kind of see that we've got native seeds decreasing, but that's not what the stats show. And if we look at native seed diversity, so this is the diversity of all the native seeds that are present, it's decreasing as you get to 60% Old World Bluestem cover. Okay? So what do we have? We have Old World Bluestem invasion occurring above ground and an effect below ground with the seed bank. Okay? Some of the native seeds are dropping out, going away, as you increase Old World Bluestem cover. Okay, and that's what I basically just said there. So we think that we've got native species we've got decrease in diversity, and that's probably due to competition. We've got a lot of invasive seed bank increase, and that's just because they're producing so much seed, they're increasing that seed input as they increase abundance. And as an Old World Bluestem invasion occurs, at the beginning of that Old World Bluestem invasion, you do not see a reduction in natives. And I think that's an important point to make. So if you can get that invasion stopped, you have your native seed bank present. That's one of the key points I just wanted to make out of that. If you let that invasion go further, you're losing native seeds, but you're also doing other things that we're going to talk about. Okay. Mitch, you good? We're going to take off, get away from me, and we're going to talk about how it affects the animal community. Mitch is, and Tim, you have to show me, I don't know how to do this again. Which one was it, F2? Just open, and I get to the other presentation just by minimizing this one. There you go. You should do this.
Mine aren't open yet, I think.
Sorry, there we go. That one.
I think that's the animal community one.
Wildlife, it is. And we get to this one by just starting slideshow.
Yeah.
See, I have no idea. God, this clicker's there.
Thank you very much. My name is, I should probably take the microphone and give a cue from the guy in that.
I knew he was going to yell at us. Maybe.
So my name is Mitch Greer. I actually did quite a bit of work with Old World Bluestem and some other warm season invasive grasses at my time at Oklahoma State. I'm going to say Dr. Hickman did mention that I was from K-State, but I am a poke through and through. So
Did I say Oklahoma?
you did say K-State. So I bought through something, but I held back. So nothing against K-State. It's just I did not attend the university. So. I am currently at Fort Hays State University in my first year, where I plan to do continued collaboration on Old World Bluestem research and looking at how it affects multiple different communities, including the soil microbial community, which Karen will talk about in a little bit. But then I also did some work looking at how it affects the wildlife community as well. And what I'm going to do here is kind of go through a little review overall, talking about multiple different trophic levels or different levels of organisms and how that affects them, and then go into a study that actually was part of my dissertation, looking at how it alters the small mammal community as it invades a grassland, not looking at monocultures, but how it affects it during the invasion process. So as we've kind of started to learn and started to look at, or you may have observed in the field, Old World Bluestem invasion takes diverse grasslands, such as the picture here, that if we get to do the field trips, you'll see just around the corner of the hill behind us here is where that picture was taken on Konza Prairie, and turns them into monospecific stands, where there isn't a whole lot of diversity, definitely a large loss of forbs and other grass species as well. So we have a loss of plant biodiversity, which directly relates to the wildlife biodiversity. We see that this happens through the alteration of multiple different characteristics. It's not just a change in what species of plant is there, but it changes what the habitat structure is, how tall and thick or dense is the vegetation, how much litter is actually produced, and how does that affect the wildlife. And then it changes the habitat composition, and then also changes the available resource bases. Again, if we start to look, there's going to be different seed sources that are out there. We're going to have different species, loss of forbs for pollinators and things along those lines as well. So again, we see fewer and fewer resource bases, which should, intrinsically tell someone that it's going to have fewer and fewer possibilities for species to be able to survive there. And this comes, with concern about restoration, as we're not just looking at restoring the plant community. As we'll talk about later, you have to restore the soil microbial community. You may have to look at the soil chemistry and some of the things that are being released by these plants. But then you also have concerns about multiple trophic levels further up the food chain. What's feeding on the seeds and living in these grasslands, and then what is feeding on those species as well, those primary consumers. And we need to, we're concerned about how this invasion has altered all of these, and making sure that if we can restore these areas, that we restore all of those trophic levels and at larger spatial scales, not just on the local one, but how does these invasions affect the larger spatial scale at the landscape level. So start off kind of at the bottom and then work our way up in a natural progression. But we've talked a little bit, but we'll look at Old World bluestem and invertebrates. So there's a few different studies out here, as you can see, one in 2003 and one in 2006, that actually showed that there are lower arthropod abundance in Old World bluestem planted grasslands compared to that of native grasslands. So there are fewer numbers of these species in the Old World bluestem fields. And as Karen has already talked about, but a couple other studies show there's actually lower arthropod abundance as well, or biomass, I mean. So again, this is attributed to the lower forb abundance there, so a lack of a food source for these arthropods. But again, we can see this start to feed up through the trophic levels, or up the food chain, if you will. If we have lower arthropods, as Karen's study showed, you have fewer grassland songbirds. So again, multiple trophic levels that we're concerned with. If we look at Old World bluestem and herpetofauna, or we're looking here at the frogs, lizards, amphibians, reptiles, things along those lines, there has been very little, if almost no research done on Old World bluestem and how it directly affects these species. There has been a study that showed that there are lower densities of harvester ant mounds in fields planted to Old World bluestem, which you think should go in the previous slide. But this relates to a study that was done on other invasive warm season grasses, this one being buffalo grass, one of those that's dominating many of the South Texas grasslands, showing that the horned lizards actually tended to avoid these habitats. And one of the main reasons they believe this is due to the lack of the harvester ant mound. So again, if you don't have the food source for the horned lizard, it's not going to occur. So no research directly done on Old World bluestem, but we see a similar trend in the ants, which means there could be a similar trend in those on the horned lizard numbers. So again, an area that we should probably be exploring to see how this is further affecting the herpetofauna. So Old World bluestem in birds, one study we've already kind of talked about, but I wanted to make sure it's up there just to be all inclusive. Grassland birds had lower species richness as the community had fewer species around. And then there was also lower abundance of some of these species, or most of the species, in Old World bluestem dominated or Old World bluestem monoculture fields. And one thing as you go through the literature with Old World bluestem and its invasion and effects on grassland songbirds, is it seems to be one of the big attributing factors to the grassland bird decline in the central and southern Great Plains. We see effects of this as well in the northern Great Plains. I'm originally from South Dakota, and we see other invasive species causing a decline in habitat quality and loss of species as well. But when we look at Old World bluestem, we start to see that certain species or individual species have varying responses to these invasions. So some are going to do a little bit better, some are going to do not quite as well. And this is going to be due to that invasion, what species is actually invading and how that adjusts or alters the habitat structure, and then the level of this invasion as well. So some species might do okay at 10 or 20% invasion, but then really start to see declines as that habitat increases from that point. So looking at a study, and there's a couple different, it's the same author, going to say working with Karen. We'll look at a couple different time frames, kind of some preliminary data from 2009 and then the final report and stuff from 2013. But this study, this study looked at Old World Bluestem invaded fields or monocultures and looked at 3 common Oklahoma grassland bird species. So we have the grasshopper sparrow, the dickcissel, and then the eastern meadowlark. And all 3 of these are actually listed as grassland obligate species. We will note a little bit that these 2 here tend to be a little more generalist than the grasshopper sparrow, but again, they all require that grassland to complete their life cycle. So what the ultimate results of this study, again, they showed varying responses to Old World Bluestems in these dominated grasslands. And we'll start off by looking at the 2009 kind of preliminary data. What we see is that the mean species richness, was a little bit higher in the native, maybe not statistically significant, but again, there were more species in the native compared to the Old World Bluestem. If we look at total species richness, we definitely start to see a trend to more species occurring in that native habitat. Again, related most likely to the diversity that is there, the amount of resources that are available to those species and being able to support different species that have different habitat requirements. We can also look at the number of unique species that only occurred within those different pastures, and we can see that again the native species or native fields tend to have quite a lot more variety of those unique species. So some of the species that were found only in the native sites, we have the northern bobwhite quail. In fact, as we'll see in the updated data, bobwhites tend to almost never occur, or have never been found, at least with this study, in Old World Bluestem fields. It just doesn't supply the habitat they need. Again, this one has economic importance. So again, reasons that we want to make sure we maintain the native habitat. Other species that were found only in the native sites include the loggerhead shrike and then the lark sparrow as well. So some species that were found only in the Old World Bluestem sites, we have the upland sandpiper, which tends to have a couple different requirements for its habitat. It needs some more sparse grass where it's kind of been grazed down to be able to feed, but then again goes to some of this thicker habitat, denser habitat to be able to breed. Possibility of why maybe it's occurring in the Old World Bluestem is that thick habitat, that dense vegetation. We also seen there was also common nighthawk, horned lark, and interesting enough, a burrowing owl, which you usually see associated with prairie dog towns. So this one, like I said, I'd like to do some more research on and see where they actually was observed, because the habitat doesn't seem conducive to burrowing owl habitat. And it could be burrowing owls do spend a lot of time as the upland sandpiper on these fence posts and stuff, so it may be that it was spending, just happened to be observed adjacent to an Old World Bluestem at that point. So here's kind of the updated and final publication from this study. And what we see is that, again, individual birds had varying responses to the Old World Bluestem invasion. Grasshopper sparrows actually had higher densities or higher abundances in the Old World Bluestem field, which isn't surprising. The grassland songbird work I did back home in South Dakota showed that they actually selected for fields with smooth brome and Kentucky bluegrass, 2 more invasive species, but cool season. But it creates that real thick, dense vegetation where they like to actually place their nest. So again, that Old World Bluestem with its more biomass than the natives may create the habitat it's looking for. We look down here, we see killdeer had higher abundances in the Old World Bluestem compared to the native. But here is where we're talking about the northern bobwhite. Again, more prevalent in the native grasslands, and same with the lark sparrow. So again, we see that as a community, we see a reduction in the species richness, but we do see a few of these species being able to exploit the habitat that Old World Bluestem actually supplies. So, again, it does supply some value, but, native prairie with a heterogeneous landscape could do just the same and actually supply home to more species as well. So the initial results, kind of what I just explained, suggest Old World Bluestem alone does not determine the avian community composition. And in fact, there's a lot of other things here at play, looking at that may be important in determining the wildlife abundances, and that includes vegetation structure, the management practices, habitat patch size definitely plays a role in grassland abundance, and then also landscape level influences. And this one tends to be a big one, is how much grassland surrounds some of these remaining habitat patches. So a lot of things that are actually going on here to determine what your grassland bird community would be. So if we move on and look to Old World bluestem and small mammals, we see that there have been a couple studies, not a whole lot that has been conducted. A study in 2005 in Texas showed that Old World bluestem monocultures had lower species diversity, lower species richness, and lower abundance and relative abundance of small mammals compared to native prairie and other planted mixes that they evaluated. Again, we see that Old World bluestem may supply benefit to some species, but again, overall species richness and abundances of certain species are going to decline with this cover as well. So individual species have varying responses. In a study done in 1979, we see that cotton rats actually have greater densities in the Old World bluestem field, and we'll talk a little bit why this might be. So this kind of leads in the lack of study on small mammals and Old World bluestem, and then everything is monoculture versus native prairie. We wanted to evaluate how does the small mammal community actually start to change as the invasion process proceeds to go forward. So we looked at fields that were not monocultures, but somewhere between 40 and 60% invaded to see how they compared to the native prairies in the same area. So why do we care about the small mammals? Well, they're vital to grassland ecosystems. One, they disperse the seeds of many of these forb and grass species that they actually utilize as food. We'll talk about arbuscular mycorrhizal fungi in a little bit. I think Karen will talk about that. It's very important to a lot of these warm season grasses. A lot of the natives require this fungus to be able to complete its life cycle, but small mammals actually disperse the spores of these as well to help spread them across the ecosystem. And then they're the primary consumers, so obviously they have huge influences on what the upper trophic levels or up the food chain is actually going to have as far as numbers, abundances, and diversity as well. So overall objective of this study, to determine if grasslands invaded by Old World bluestem contain similar small mammal community to those of the native grasslands. And then again, we want to try to pick out what are the characteristics that are being altered or changed that may relate to these shifts in the small mammal community that we're in fact seeing. So how does the invasion by Old World bluestem actually alter the habitat structure? So hypotheses, basically, as most of the studies have shown, we thought it's going to lower species richness, and it's going to alter the small mammal community with a few species that are capable of surviving being more prominent than those that aren't capable of exploiting that habitat. So the study site down here is Stillwater, so just west of town. We set up some study sites on OSU research ground and then OSU extension ground and animal science ground as well. Had 4 different sites. We had 2 treatments, native prairie that Old World bluestem invaded, and we had 4 transects in each of these different habitat types. Each transect, 20 traps. They were Sherman live traps spaced 20 meters apart. And then we put the transects far enough apart that we wouldn't capture individuals from one transect in the other to make sure that they remained independent of one another. We did this study for 2 years with a lot of help from the Oklahoma State Wildlife Society student chapter. A lot of them were able to come out and help do the trapping. But we had 4 seasons per year. We went out and trapped in February, May, August, and November. Each season consisted of 4 days, and we checked the traps twice a day. So again, a lot of effort going into this. And then as far as what did we assess for habitat characteristics? Well, we assessed visual obstruction, or basically how thick and tall is the grass. We looked at litter depth, and then we used vegetation composition. So we wanted to see what is the different cover of these different groups, including forb, grasses, bare ground, other things along those lines. But then the big one we wanted to evaluate was the amount of native grass versus Old World bluestem. And then we also looked at aerial cover. Obviously, one of the major sources of mortality to small rodents is going to be aerial predators. So we wanted to see how the grass or how the cover would change as we moved up, in the air, and how much cover would be supplied from aerial predators. So we used the elevated Daubenmeier method, where we basically raised our frame off the ground to multiple heights and assessed the cover from there. So vegetation measurements, there really wasn't a ton of differences that came out as far as what are the differences between the habitats. The native prairies tended to have, get this, more native grasses, and then more native grasses at the multiple heights. The Old World Bluestem tended to have more Old World Bluestem, as one would suspect. But then one key characteristic is they actually had higher litter depth when you compared that to the native prairie. So these are statistical differences, that have come out through the statistics. So altogether, we had a little over 5,100 different trap nights, and we left the traps open 24 hours a day, which is not what most studies would do. They usually close them during the day, but we were checking them twice. We figured we might as well leave them open and see, what other captures we can get. And here's just kind of a breakdown of the 8 different species that we actually captured in all of these trap nights. As you can see, some differences pop out right away. Total number of captures was actually higher in the Old World Bluestem fields. Most of this comprised of cotton rats. They tend to show up in traps not only a lot, but they tend to show up, I swear, as soon as you let them down, put the trap down, they run right back in there because it's a free night in a hotel and a bunch of free peanut butter and oats. So, I swear we could go back 10 minutes later and they'd be in there again. But we did see a fair number of cotton rats in the native prairie as well, but the dominant species tended to be deer mice within there. And we see that the species breakdown, it tends to be pretty even across the rest of them from there, but again, total number of captures a little bit more in the Old World Bluestem. So species richness, this isn't significantly different by any means, but again, we did see or start to see a little bit more species richness in the native prairie compared to the Old World Bluestem, which isn't surprising considering the bird and arthropod studies that we've seen previously. Relative abundance is where we start to see kind of that shift in the community a little bit. So this is kind of the interesting part of this story here. And what we see is that deer mice, I'm going to say the species across the bottom here are 4 most commonly captured. The relative abundance or percent of the captures basically that we caught. We have native in blue and then the Old World Bluestem, or in this case it is yellow bluestem in yellow. And we see that in the native habitat, deer mice tended to be the dominant species that actually occurred there. But then if we look at the cotton rats, although it's not statistically different, we do see there tends to be more cotton rat in the Old World Bluestem habitat. And I think had we not been in the midst of, a very bad drought during 2010 and 11 or 11 and 12, I can't remember the 2 years, 11 and 12, I think we would have seen a statistically significant difference here. Cotton rats have a bimodal reproduction, so they go through a reproductive cycle in the early spring and then another one in late August. The one in August being, the more prominent one where more young are produced, but if a drought is occurring at that time, it greatly reduces the effort and number of young produced. So again, our numbers went from up here to down here in the course of over one trapping season because of that drought and its effects on the population. So again, we see a trend, and I think that would have been statistically significant had we not had the drought. So these, as again, we did some habitat models, and I'm not trying to overwhelm you here. What I want to pick out is just a few things. If we look at what the cotton rats seem to be selecting as far as preferred habitat, you see it's negative to the amount of bare ground and then positive to things, about Old World Bluestem cover. So the more grass that was there, the more likely they were to be there as well. The less bare ground, the more likely they were to be as well. If we look at the models related to the deer mouse, we see kind of the opposite trend. They're looking for, less amount of litter depth. This litter cover refers to how much of the ground was covered by litter, not how thick it was. So again, it's packed to the ground, they can run across it pretty easy. So they're looking kind of for the opposite. They don't want that Old World Bluestem, they don't want real tall, thick vegetation. And we'll see why that's important in their life history here in just a second. So the cotton rat was selecting for those habitat variables that really did increase aerial predator avoidance, which for cotton rats being a lot bigger, they're easily seen from aerial predators, and that tends to be one of their major sources of mortality. So again, they're liking and picking those habitats with that thicker vegetation, and especially in the 1 or 2 of the fields we were trapping in, the litter depth was very, very thick. You could actually pick it up as a mat, and it was like a highway for them. They could run underneath it, they could go wherever they wanted to without ever actually being seen by aerial predators. So that thick litter layer supplied them a way to get around and forage without being seen by aerial predators. If we look at deer mice, they were selecting for things on the other end of the spectrum. And realistically, the major concern for deer mice is going to be their foraging efficiency. Yes, they want to be able to avoid predators, but they're small, they're quick, they can hide in very minimal amount of cover. So they're worried about being able to find food. So they select habitat that shows increased forage efficiency. And there's numerous studies showing that there's lower seed recovery and less efficiency in finding those seeds. It takes more time and more energy to find them when there is a thick litter layer or very thick vegetation layer as well. So again, this relates to their small body size. They can't penetrate and break through that litter layer like the cotton rats were and then turn it into, you know, basically their own personal subway system. So what are some of the conclusions? Native grasslands had higher species richness and higher relative abundance of deer mice and other species. Old World Bluestem invaded grasslands had higher relative abundance of cotton rats. So again, we see that individual response of different species and how they can or cannot exploit different habitat characteristics. In general, we do see a shift in the community. If we were to watch this as it progresses towards a monoculture, we would see that yes, cotton rats may start to succeed, but again, that would be at the cost of other species. Vegetation structure showed very few differences. Again, the one that was very important there was the litter production. And this may be due that we're only that 40 to 60% invasion. So we're right around that 50-50 mark. So again, you wouldn't expect them to be truly different. But again, we're starting to see some trends in the vegetation, which is coming out in the trends in the small mammal community as well. So Old World Bluestem leads to fewer species, but greater abundances of those species. So again, with that 40 to 60%, you know, we're not seeing this huge shift in the small mammal community. As we all know, early eradication and detection are going to be key in maintaining the ecosystem services that these small mammals actually supply. And in this case, you know, that 60% would be a good cutoff. If we can get to it and start control before it reaches 60%, there's a hope that with this lag in the small mammal community, not responding, you know, within one single growing season to the vegetation, that if we catch it before it breaks that 60%, maybe we can hold the small mammal community to what the native prairies traditionally would hold. So there's potential for increased fire frequency to maybe maintain some of this habitat structure, kind of that more open component. But as Karen may or may not allude to, I'm not sure, there's greater ecological concern with this. Increased fire does result in more loss of nitrogen and possibly, you know, could lead to an increase in Old World Bluestem as it has a higher, able to produce more biomass with less nitrogen than even the natives. So they're kind of beating the natives at their old game. So, and then we've all read probably literature that fire sometimes and disturbance can lead to the spread of especially Caucasian bluestem as it's capable of taking over some of those fields if there's disturbance enough there. So. And then finally, kind of moving up, the one study that I did find that relates to, and that's not the section that was supposed to copy over. So there's supposed to be just a nice little table there. I was worried there's going to be that Mac computer to PC computer transition, and once again it bit me. So, so what I meant to show here, we had a small table, but Old World Bluestem monocultures had lower abundance of swift fox. So again, this kind of middle-level carnivore that's going to feed on a lot of these small mammals and other things, they tended to almost be non-existent in CRP plantings, but the CRP plantings evaluated in this study were dominated by Old World Bluestem. So again, I think there was one juvenile, but if you compare that to the native short and mixed grass prairie that they evaluated, they were 300, you know, adults and 200 and some juveniles spotted. So again, almost complete avoidance of these Old World Bluestem dominated CRP plantings by these mesocarnivores. Well, the circles work to highlight the points I wanted, So overall, how does Old World Bluestem kind of affect biodiversity? Well, we see that it leads to a loss of diversity in plants, arthropods, birds, small mammals, these mesocarnivores, and possibly even further up. Just anecdotally, talking with some people at Oklahoma State, they noticed that during the 2011-2012 drought, that the number of red-tailed hawks on migration, they were either spending less time or there was fewer of them occupying the areas of Oklahoma. One of the major food sources of the red-tailed hawk is going to be cotton rats. So what they see is the shift in small mammal community can actually affect what the aerial predators, you know, or upper trophic levels are going to be able to feed on. And there's actually, I heard a few reports of them kind of shifting their food sources. They're actually attacking resident Canada geese occasionally, trying to find a food source to make up for the small mammal community that wasn't there. So again, the main point here is that we do see that some individual species will benefit, but is more of a few species really a good thing, which intuitively, most of what we hear, we want biodiversity. We want everything to remain there as well. So again, control and early eradication of Old World bluestem will be important in maintaining these bird and mammal communities. So with that, I will turn it back over to you.
Ron, do you want to take a break?
Yeah, I think it would be desirable if we take about 10 minutes. We have a donut for everybody.
But in order to get a donut, you got to promise to fill out a name tag. And if you want to be on a mailing list, sign up so that we can provide it to Karen, and also use it to send you any updated information we receive about this issue. We've got those things out there, so 15 minutes, yeah. 15 minutes.
So thanks to Mitch, we have so many effects of Old World bluestem that are just becoming understood, and now we're going to go with even more effects of Old World bluestem. And so we finally get to go with my study that I wanted to do in 1996, which was a competition study. And so basically, what we've done, if this will work now, we have the battery dead on it. Hi. Oh, come on. Yeah. Just a sec. Oh, well. Now I can't walk around. We're good. There we go. Well, I changed on my slide. Tim, I have no idea what I've done. Just a minute. Just a sec. Sorry. I know, right? It's not that. There we go. Okay. Okay. Maybe this will work now. Yay. Okay. I just had the wrong button pushed. Sorry. Okay, so basically what we wanted to do is we wanted to assess how Old World bluestems competed with our native grasses. Because we've seen in the prairie, those Old World bluestems are just kind of moving through and out competing, but in science, we have to document it and we have to do a controlled study. So what we did was we took Old World bluestems with, 3 different grasses, Cytodes grama, little bluestem, and big bluestem. And this is my graduate student, Cheryl Schmidt, who's Cheryl Schmidt Dunn now. She loved animation and taking pictures, so that's all those pictures. And I could never figure out how to get it off, so I just let it run. So we basically were looking at yellow and Caucasian bluestem with Cytodes little and big blue. And what we did was we planted them in pots in a greenhouse. It was called a target neighbor study. So we took the target plant, so let's just say the target plant was little bluestem, and we planted around it Old World bluestem, okay, either Caucasian or yellow. Big bluestem, target neighbor. So we had a variety of all those combinations, and basically what we found was Old World bluestem outcompeted the native grasses. So, but they did it kind of differently. Caucasian reduced Cytodes grama and little blue. Okay? So if you have a Cytodes dominated grassland, it's possible that Caucasian is going to encroach, that's a nice word, invade it more than some other species. Yellow bluestem, it reduced little bluestem, big bluestem, and Cytodes grama. And then we looked at the interest-specific competition. So we looked at yellow plants competing with yellow, Caucasian plants competing with Caucasian. And why you're seeing those bunches and that vacant space around the Caucasian bluestem is it has a very high interest-specific competition. Okay? In this study, and I'll show you a picture in a sec, in this study, we did not have any limiting resources. So we kept happy plants, good nutrients, good water. But in competition, it's really supposed to be associated with the limited resource. And so we did another study looking at how competition was affected under limiting resources. Okay? And let me just give you a picture. Here is a Caucasian, and here is the root of a Caucasian and the root of big bluestem. Okay? Right? So grown in competition. Interestingly, Caucasian bluestem was reduced by Caucasian bluestem. It doesn't like itself. Okay? Yellow bluestem was reduced by Caucasian. That was in limited resource, or in non-limited resources. So you've got lots of water, you've got the nutrients, Caucasian will outcompete yellow. I think we've seen different competition outcome in under limiting resources. So what we did was we did another greenhouse study. And in this instance, we had limited resources. So poor soil, poor nutrient soil. We didn't water them really well. And we used big bluestem, little bluestem. And in this instance, we just used Caucasian. And so what we were thinking was, we did that target neighbor study. So we would put one plant in the middle surrounded by Old World bluestem. Well, now let's put equal numbers of those plants together. And so what we did was we had, so 8, if I can count, 8 different plants in a pot. In competition, you would have 1, 2, 3, 4 Caucasian plants and 4 of the native plant. Okay, so kind of a little bit more balance the scale. Okay. And so I've got different kind of graphs here for this one. So what we have is we have above ground biomass. So this is the above ground biomass of the plant. The blue bar is the vegetative part, the leaves, the tillers, the stem. The yellow part is the reproductive part. Okay, so that's one. Big bluestem is here, grown without Caucasian bluestem. Okay, that's its normal, that's okay. This is big bluestem grown with Caucasian bluestem. Okay, so Caucasian bluestem reducing the growth of big bluestem in a pot. Okay, and this is on a per plant basis, so we divide it out, everybody. Well, here's an interesting thing. Here is Caucasian bluestem with itself. Okay, so that's without big bluestem. It reproduced. Here is Caucasian bluestem with big bluestem. It does not like itself. It's so intraspecific in its competition that it's really trying to outcompete other individuals, not only of the same of other species, but also of itself. So if we do this and look at this in a different way, and there's the different way. This is the same graph, just in a pie chart to have you realize. If we grow 4 plants of big bluestem and 4 plants of Caucasian, 93% is going to be Caucasian biomass, 7% big bluestem. Okay. And this is a study that was done at K-State. Okay, so now let me going to shift gears a little bit. So mycorrhizae. And I'm just going to do the basic little thing. So all of our dominant grasses in the Great Plains that are C4 grasses, warm season grasses, they require a fungus to grow. Okay? And for those of you who know this, just don't listen to me for a minute. And that fungus is a mycorrhizae. Okay? So it's a mutualistic relationship. The plant can't grow without the mycorrhizae. The fungus, the mycorrhizae, can't grow without the plant. Okay? So all these big bluestem plants have to have mycorrhizae in order to grow. Okay? Good? Okay. So what my colleague, Gail Wilson, she is a mycorrhizal ecologist. If she could only look at mycorrhizae, she would be a happy girl. And we make her go and look at other things too. So what she wanted to know is, if we have that big bluestem that's so small, is the mycorrhizal mutualistic relationship affected? Okay? So what she did was she looks at roots, and she looks at roots. I don't look at roots. She looks at roots, and she counts things, and she counts the presence of the mycorrhizae in the root. And that's referred to as mycorrhizal colonization. So if the root is colonized, it's going to have particular structures. Here's big bluestem grown with big bluestem. 60% colonization. That's a happy plant. Okay? Here's big bluestem colonization with Caucasian bluestem. Okay? So significant reduction in the mycorrhizal fungi colonizations or presence with Caucasian bluestem. Okay? So you can imagine if you don't have Caucasian, or if you don't have mycorrhizae, you aren't going to make a successful big bluestem plant. Here is Caucasian bluestem grown by itself, and here's Caucasian bluestem, and this is colonization of mycorrhizae with big bluestem. It didn't care. It didn't care. It's going to have colonization with or without itself, or with or without big bluestem. Okay. Okay. So we've shown, basically, old world bluestems outcompete our natives, and they're reducing that colonization of mycorrhizae. And we'll show you a little bit more on that in a sec. Okay, so what we've done is we've now looked at, we've looked at birds, we've looked at mammals, we've looked at native plant communities, we've looked at the seed bank. We've looked at a variety of things to see how old world bluestem affects our systems. But now what we're interested in this particular portion is how does it affect the soil? Okay? And so there's a concept in ecology that we're going to call plant-soil feedbacks. And I just like to use the word legacy, right? So if you have an ancestor, or if you have a relative that's just that powerful relative, right, they leave the legacy once they've passed away. So what we're questioning is, does old world bluestem leave a legacy? Does it feed back on the soil and leave something changed such that we can't establish natives back once we've killed the old world bluestem? So plant soil feedback. Yes, sir.
On that previous slide,
Yes, sir. Oops, there you go.
does Caucasian bluestem have a need for mycorrhizae?
Oh, very good question. So the question is, does Caucasian bluestem need mycorrhizae? Yes, it needs mycorrhizae. I had to have a confirmation here. Yes, it is obligate mycorrhizal too. So it has to have mycorrhizae as well. Hold that thought. I got more. Plant soil feedback, it can be positive, it can be negative. Let me just go on. Okay. So what we did was we collected soil from areas in Hayes, in Konza, in Stillwater, and then in Clemmy by Clinton, Oklahoma. So we wanted kind of more mixed grass prairie and then that tall grass prairie component. So we collected soil at all 4 of those sites. We collected native prairie soil. That should be happy, right? Should be good soil. And then we collected soil underneath old world bluestem at all 4 of those sites. Okay? Okay. Again, we take that soil to the lab. So now what we're really interested in is what are the mechanisms by which old world bluestem is screwing everything up. Right? We just want to know how come and how. So what we did was we wanted to know how does it change the soil biota? How does it change those soil mycorrhizae, the soil microbes, etc. Okay. Oh yeah, and we had to have help. Beagles are really good diggers. Okay, moving on. So we collected soil from under Caucasian bluestem, from under yellow bluestem, in what are interstitial areas, and I'll show you that in a minute. We've already seen a slide with it. And then we did native prairie. Okay? Here's our interstitial areas. And this is black and white. It's been in just kind of black and white so you can see it. So basically, these are those bunches of Caucasian bluestem. And in between, you have those bare zones. We're referring to those as interstitial zones or interstitial areas. Right? And so you saw this slide earlier. So we would collect soil there to see if, in this zone, if there's a greater effect of the plant, the Caucasian bluestem, on that as to why there's nothing growing there. Right? Okay, so because my colleague is a mycorrhizal ecologist and she does a lot of restoration, we kind of added a little bit to the story. And so bear with me because it'll make sense after I explain it, I'm sure. Anyway, okay. That was funny. I thought that was funny. Okay. See, that's what my students do too. Okay. So we have soil collected from, I just call it non-sterile soil. So this is soil collected from the field. Put it in a bucket, take it home, put it in a pot in the greenhouse, okay? Well, so then we also wanted to know if we take this soil from underneath a Caucasian bluestem plant, is it the chemistry of that soil or is it the microbes that are present in it? Okay? So we sterilized that soil, okay? Sterilized that soil and put native inoculum in. So a native soil amendment to add back the happy microbes, okay? So, just show you a few. Here's big bluestem that grew in native prairie soil, okay? Here's little bluestem that grew in native prairie soil. Happy plants, good happy plants, okay? Here are big bluestem and little bluestem that grew in the interstitial soil, okay? Right? Okay. Here's Caucasian bluestem in the native prairie soil. Here's yellow bluestem in the native prairie soil. And I think I have an arrow. No arrow because it's obvious. Here they are in the interstitial zone. Okay? And that's after 16 weeks of growth in the greenhouse. Okay? Oh, by the way, they reproduced. Our natives did not in that 16 weeks. Okay? So, got to go to a graph because we can show it graphically too. So again, same kind of graph, but now we're looking at, so above ground biomass, and this is a big bluestem, so it's all the biomass of big bluestem in those pots, the total, above and below, the roots and the stems. Okay? The blue is the non-sterile soil. So the blue is the soil that we collected from the field and didn't do anything to it. Okay? The yellow is the soil that we collected in the field, sterilized it to kill all the microbes. So in case it's a screwy microbe, you kill those and it's not killing the plant, right? But we added a native soil inoculum to add back any native microbes to that pot or that soil. So now all we're looking at is the effect of the chemistry, right? So what we have is big bluestem likes native prairie soil, regardless of if you kill it and add some back, it's good to go, okay? Soil that's collected underneath that Caucasian bluestem plant, and it's just right under in the rooting zone. Okay? Big bluestem did not grow at all. It certainly didn't reproduce. Okay? If you add a soil inoculum to it, just a little bit of soil to it, that sterilized soil, it grows a little bit, but it still doesn't make it up. It doesn't get back to the size of that original plant. And then here's the interstitial zone. It didn't grow at all in the interstitial zone soil, but if you killed the microbes in it, added back a little of the native microbes, it grew a little bit, but still not enough. Okay? Significant reduction in its growth. Well, now let's look at Caucasian bluestem. Same graph, but now with Caucasian bluestem. Okay? So Caucasian bluestem likes native prairie soil. We know that, right? Caucasian bluestem doesn't really like its own soil. Okay, so here is Caucasian bluestem grown in soil collected underneath it. Here's Caucasian bluestem grown in soil that was sterilized with native prairie soil added back, and that didn't help it either. Okay? And then under the interstitial zone, even more reduction in the growth in soil collected under that interstitial zone. Okay? Add back a little native prairie soil to counteract those microbes. You still don't get a lot of old world bluestem growth. Okay? Okay. Now I'm going to go to that's the same graph on the left, but now I'm going to go to big bluestem and I'm going to do that colonization again. Okay? So this is the presence of mycorrhizae in the root in this soil. Native prairie soil, you got 50%. We had 60 in the previous study. That's pretty good. Okay? Here it is, colonization in soil under Old World Bluestem, under Caucasian. None. Add back a little native microbes and you get 20%, still not enough to counteract whatever's going on in the soil. Excuse me. Oh my. See, I get so excited. And then under the interstitial zone, there is no colonization again. And just to reiterate, big bluestem and Caucasian have to have those mycorrhizae in order to grow and reproduce. Caucasian bluestem can't even grow in soil collected underneath itself or in that interstitial zone. Okay? So we hypothesized, and we thought after this, there's changes in that mycorrhizal fungi that must be a mechanism for Caucasian bluestem or Old World bluestem's invasiveness. Okay? So we went one step further, and I'm just going to, this is just a quick graph to show you one thing, and that is, this is same kind of study. So we have root colonization, we have native prairie soil, we have Old World bluestem soil. Native prairie, Old World bluestem soil. So that's the source of the soil from Kansas, or Konza, Hayes, Clinton or Clemmy, and Stillwater. My key point here is that Old World bluestem has higher colonization in those soils than what native does. Okay? So our natives have to have that colonization, but if you look at across all those sites, natives are actually less than the Old World bluestem. Okay? So, Old World bluestem soil and roots have more fungi, have more mycorrhizae fungi than the native prairie soil. Okay? So we have some kind of species shift a little bit, and that's where my colleague Gail Wilson, and she's going now to the point of she's assessing it using a gas chromatograph. So she's assessing it chemically to determine the presence of the biomass of the different groups of microbes in the soil. Okay? So then our question is, are there other competitive effects of Old World bluestem, right? And our next competitive effect is allelopathy. Mitch. I'm going to do this right this time. This is going to be just minimized. Maybe, maybe not. I have no idea how to do this. Close that. Then we go to this one. Speak up because they can't hear in the back. Did it click?
Little.
But see, it's not doing it.
Oh, then the Zoom slideshow, will that allow you to go? There you go.
So I have to close mine?
Or if you click on mine, does that bring? No.
I hate this slideshow.
So we're going to start building. I'll start off kind of reviewing just a couple little things that Karen talked about. But again, we're going to go down kind of a different avenue. As some of her graphs showed, we see as we add back the native soil microbes, we do see some increase or some restorative effect, but we don't get back to those pre-invasion levels. So it may seem as if there's some other effect working as well. So biological invasion, most of the research currently is focused on kind of the recruitment limitations and above ground traits. Not a lot has been given or talked about the below ground. And being co-advised by Dr. Hickman and Dr. Gail Wilson, if I don't give at least 2 minutes on the below ground stuff, I will be run down at some point in the future. So I have to make sure I put in my plug for the below ground as well. But very little is known. Some of the first work, you just seen that looks at mycorrhizae and how they associate with those plants and how important they can be. But it's funny that we look at the above ground but not the below ground, when in fact, through that plant soil feedback that Karen was talking about, they are in fact intrinsically linked. One can be altered to influence the other or vice versa, or one can be altered to influence other species in there as well. And these can actually interact to regulate those ecosystem level processes. So who are some of these below ground players that we talk about? We talked about that chemical analysis, using gas chromatography. That looks at different groups of individuals. Some of these are going to be arbuscular mycorrhizal fungi. So again, the mycorrhizae that associate with many of the plants we see that dominate the plant or the flint hills here. It can be nematodes. We have multiple different types of bacteria that are very important, and all of these in fact can be beneficial in some way or some form. They help with mineral solubilization, they can help in fixing nitrogen, and then they can also help in accessing other resources. Mycorrhizae not only bring nutrients back to the plant, but can help in pathogen avoidance. They can help in drought conditions. They can increase plant growth and reproductive efforts, so very beneficial to the plant. But they can be harmful or if they become parasitic or pathogenic in some format. So they can have negative impacts as well. So this is the plant soil feedback that we're talking about. I'm going to say displayed very elegantly, very easy to understand by just looking at it, I'm sure. But the main premise here, we have plant species A. It can influence the soil of itself to either feed back to maybe increase itself, or it can feed back in a way that could alter plant soil or the plant species B. So again, just showing that there can be soil alterations by one species that can affect either itself or other species, which can affect the ultimate what the plant community can survive there. So as was mentioned, there's two types of feedbacks that are generally thought of. There's negative feedback, which actually slows the rate of the population growth, which sounds kind of anti-intuitive. It's not what you would think. You think you'd want to reproduce and grow as quickly as possible. But think about the native prairie. It's high in diversity, right? So that's what this negative feedback is. It increases or stabilizes that diversity because it keeps one plant. We don't see, a lot of monocultures of big bluestem or little bluestem. There's something keeping them in check so that you can increase diversity, allow forbs, other grass species to be able to exist. So this is what is thought to prominently be dominating, as far as the feedback cycle of these native prairies. Then there's the positive feedback, and this is what you would think of as some of the old world bluestems are probably utilizing. They increase the rate of growth for their own species, altering that soil in some way, whether it be microbial or some type of chemical compound, that's going to decrease species diversity and basically results in a monospecific stand of itself. So again, it's doing something that allows itself to either benefit and become monospecific, or it's going to do something that actually harms the native species and allows itself to become the dominant vegetation type. So what we're seeing, again, a blown up picture of what I showed you before. Picture that just outside here, taken at Konza Prairie, we have these very diverse grasslands that are turning into, monospecific stands or monocultures of these old world bluestems. So Karen's had better pictures. This, again, is the Caucasian bluestem, and again, the interstitial zones. You can't quite see it as well in my picture. She won't share the good ones with me, so. But I want you to kind of note that. Again, as we talked about, even Caucasian bluestem doesn't like to grow in that interstitial zone, and the natives for sure don't. So here, I think we'll kind of address again, we can see the importance of mycorrhizae. So, keep hitting the wrong button. So here, growing big bluestem, growing in soil with mycorrhizae. This in sterilized soil to remove the mycorrhizae. Again, not growing, not going to complete its life cycle. And kind of going back to answer your question over here, is it required for old world bluestem? Well, here we have a Bothria chloa species grown with mycorrhizae and again in that steam sterilized soil. So again, it is what we call an obligate. It requires that to be able to complete its life cycle. So the graphs that Karen just showed you, I want to highlight again that in fact the root colonization levels of these old world bluestems tend to actually have more mycorrhizae and there are more fungus in the soil, so there tends to be more of that relationship. And then if we look at that phospholipid analysis, that kind of gas chromatography, we see in the surrounding soils that old world bluestem tends to have higher amounts of fungus in the soil around these old world bluestems than even the native plants do. So what it appears is that it's associating with more of this fungus than even the native plant species are. So the question is, though, is it actually changing what the players are as far as what the species of mycorrhizae or what the species of fungus are, or is it altering something else as well? So real quick, a study that I did with South Texas invasives. It's the exact same setup of what Karen just described, where we have sterilized soil, the native soil, or field collected soil, and then soil that has been steamed, and then had that inoculum added to it to restore the good microbes. So if we see here, this one is for pink pappus grass, not a species we know around here. But again, when it was steamed and inoculated, it grew just as well as if it had normal soil that it was growing in. Here, grown in under an encroaching species, problematic in South Texas. Tanglehead is native, but again, becoming problematic. If we steam the soil and add back good microbes, we see that it actually matches, the initial growth in true native prairie. But if we look at it here in D. annulatum, remember this is Clayburgh bluestem, another one of the Old World bluestems, we see that even when we remove the bad microbes, put the good microbes back, that restoration just doesn't quite reach the actual native prairie. So it seems as if there's another effect or something else going on here. And these are similar results to what you've seen on Karen's graphs as well. You add back the good microbes, it comes back a little bit, but still something doesn't seem to be quite right within that system. So based on those observations, the observation of the interstitial zone, and then from a study that I conducted doing plant soil feedback research that didn't turn out the way you would expect it, we hypothesized that maybe in that greenhouse study I conducted, we had added enough water that something was being removed from the soil, one of these chemical compounds possibly. So we kind of came up with the idea, is there possibly chemical warfare in nature as far as related to these Old World bluestems? We see other plant species, garlic mustard in the northeast has an allelopathic effect or releases some type of chemical that makes it so other native species cannot exist around it. We see this with eastern red cedar. If you look underneath a cedar tree, not only is it shaded out, but there's nothing growing there. Pine forest, you'll notice lots of pine needles, but again, not a lot of vegetation in the understory. Some of the breakdown of that litter is actually adding something to the soil, and in the case of the pines, it's decreasing the soil pH that prevents other species from actually existing. So they can alter the soil chemistry or put out some type of compound into the soil that could in fact be poisonous, for lack of a better word, to the native grass species. So the objectives of this study, we wanted to assess the effects of yellow bluestem extraction. So we soaked whole plants without washing them into water in 5-gallon buckets. Then we filtered that solution out and put it in the fridge and would add it to native and the Old World bluestem plants later on. I'll explain that. And then we also looked at to see how that affects germination of seeds, the survival of seedlings, and then growth of the native grasses and, of course, the Old World bluestems itself. In this case, our natives were big bluestem and little bluestem. And then we wanted to also assess the effect of yellow bluestem leaf litter on the survival and growth of these native grasses. So again, up here, when we soak the whole plant, we don't know what the concentration of the given compound might be. But by allowing the litter to naturally break down and decompose, we can more or less mimic some of those natural conditions to see if they do have the similar effects as the adding of this, what we call leachate, the allelopathic leachate, or that compound that we extracted from the plants in the water. So we did 2 studies. One looked at germination. So for each species, we had 8 different replicates in which we put 50 seeds into Petri dishes. And then we added 5 milliliters to each dish of either the yellow bluestem leachate, the big bluestem leachate, and again, leachate's that compound that we soaked the plants and filtered. And then we used deionized water as our control. Then we just determined percent germination every 3 days for 21 days. For the survivorship and growth study, very similar setup. For each of the 8 replicates, we had 1 seedling per pot that was given 2 weeks to establish to make sure that this plant was growing and happy in its environment before we started adding any of the treatments. And then we added either 60 milliliters of yellow bluestem leachate at initiation and then every other week for the duration of the experiment, big bluestem leachate or deionized water, which acted as our control again. Or for a second set of pots, we added the leaf litter treatments in which we selected 20 millimeters, which is what was similar to the litter found in the soil collection sites. So we're trying to mimic that natural environment. And we added yellow bluestem leaf litter, so just above ground biomass that we ripped up and stacked to 20 millimeters, big bluestem, and then there's no real control for this. We just didn't add the litter as kind of our control to assess whether there was an effect or not. So we determined percent survival for determined after 8 weeks, and then we did cut the biomass, dry it, and weigh it after 8 weeks, and you'll see in the results why we stopped after 8 weeks. So the results. So we have big bluestem here in blue, yellow bluestem in yellow. So again, I was thinking the day that I was creating these graphs. But we have germination, percent of the control. So I mean, just think of it as pure germination though on that side. And then we have our 3 species that will remain in this order. So big blue, little blue, and then yellow blue. So if you look at the germination, when we added the big bluestem leachate, none of the 3 species tended to have an effect as far as germination. The seeds germinated as well as one could expect when you compared it to the water control. But look what happens when we added that yellow bluestem leachate. We see that there was almost no germination of big bluestem or little bluestem, but it tended to have no effect on itself, or very little effect, if any, and they germinated just as well. So moving on to the next graph, we're going to look at the above and below ground, or the above ground biomass, and these results, you know, get a little confusing, but again, as we get onto the survivorship, you'll see the bigger portion of this story. So again, we have our control in which we added just deionized water. We have big bluestem in blue, yellow bluestem in yellow. Again, compared to the control, addition of big bluestem leachate did reduce growth, but not near as much our above ground biomass production as the addition of yellow bluestem. So again, related to Karen's results, it did hinder the growth of itself a little bit, but not near as much as it did the native species. So this was with the leachate additions. This one is showing the litter additions. So again, addition of big blue or yellow bluestem litter, a lot greater reduction in the native species than in the yellow bluestem itself. So now the biomass again was a little difficult to assess, and it all comes back to this right here. It's tough to assess biomass of stuff that doesn't survive and grow. And this is why we stopped after 8 weeks. Originally, we had planned on going to a 14, 16-week growth to actually, let them complete growing. But again, after just 8 weeks, we see that the big bluestem addition had little to no effect. One maybe random death here in yellow bluestem. But addition of yellow bluestem leachate, 0% survivor. All 8 seedlings died within 8 weeks. And we're talking brown and crispy, not a chance that they're going to come back. So absolutely no survivorship of any of those. But again, we look at yellow bluestem, lost 1 or 2 individuals, but still it was capable of surviving these additions. Very similar results when we look at the litter treatments. Not quite as quick of a kill because we have to wait for the breakdown of that litter, but again, a great reduction in the survivorship of the species that when you added yellow bluestem litter, but again, little to no effect on itself. So it does seem that it is releasing something, or there's some type of compound that's being exuded through the roots or through the breakdown of the plant material that is hindering germination and survival of native seeds and seedlings. Some of the major conclusions: yellow bluestem, in fact, leachate profoundly reduced germination of native seeds, but had little to no effect on itself. Yellow bluestem leachate and leaf litter significantly reduced the survivorship of native seedlings, but again, had little to no effect on itself. Big bluestem leachate had little effect on native or invasive species, and as we get to kind of trying to identify what this chemical is, we'll see why there might be a reason for that little bit of reduction in growth from the natives. Remember, we see that negative feedback, that maintenance of that diversity. So litter reduction, we've seen with all of them, we've seen that biomass didn't produce quite as much with the litter, and I mean due to the shading effect. So that was something that was expected, that the ones we used litter treatment on would just generally be smaller than the ones we didn't have litter applications. But again, that death and reduction in biomass from the addition of yellow bluestem leachate is kind of that main, or the litter is kind of the main story. So big bluestem litter did not reduce seedling survivorship of any species, but again, yellow bluestem did. So now that you have, some support that there could be some type of chemical being released into the ground, it would be nice to know what that chemical is. And this is something that I'm excited that I started, but at the same time think I shouldn't have started because of how complicated and complex this can actually get. Plants exude, I forget how many primary compounds and secondary compounds, and some of those interact together. So this may be something that we can never truly fully determine. But we thought we'd take a shot at it and try to get at least some of the basics out of the way as to what they may be altering. So what did we do? Well, we took some of the soil after these from each one of the pots and measured EC, or the soil salinity, so EC, electroconductivity, how much salt was in there. And then we also looked at pH, just what is it doing to the pH of those soils. These are what our different leachates looked like. So as you can see, we have 3 different collection sites for these that we soaked plants. So this is Old World Bluestem, the first 3, and then the natives, the second 3. So as you can see, minus this one here, a couple of them tend to be a little bit darker. So visually there tends to be a little bit of a difference. So we thought we should assess the leachates themselves and see if we can find differences in them. So what did we measure? Well, we measured the pH of the leachates themselves. We looked at the maximum absorbency. So we ran it through a mass spectrometer, and it records at what point, is the light being absorbed. And then we did chloroform solubility tests. Basically, you wanted to know, is it going to be organic, soluble, or is it going to actually dissolve within water? We tested for total phenols. Phenols are compounds that have been shown to reduce plant growth or even hinder the growth of certain plants. So it was something we thought we should probably assess. The technique for this is actually adapted from a wine technique, from actually testing phenols within wine. So it's been adapted to work with other solutions as well. And then we did the elemental composition. So we basically looked at what elements, tested for a slew of elements, and were any of those different between these 2 leachates as well. I should say I didn't do any of this. My soil chemistry, chemist friend actually did most of these and had to explain to me what they all mean. So, and then one anecdotal thing that we kind of measured in the lab is anytime we started working with these compounds to filter, or these leachates to filter them, people always complained about the smell coming from the lab and wondered what was hiding underneath some of the stacks of bags of grass and things like that. So I took just a random survey of undergraduates working in the lab, which now none of them talk to me because of making them do this, and actually had them compare the smell of the native to the Old World Bluestem. And there is a distinct difference. The Old World Bluestem has more of a rotten smell to it, I'm going to say. I don't know what that means, but again, it's a difference we observed. So when we look at it, the soil treatment showed no difference. So there was no difference between the soil EC, or salinity, and no difference between soil pH in either of these. When we looked at the leachate analysis and how they may or may not differ, the only thing that differed was that the native leachate, not the Old World Bluestem, the native leachate actually had higher phenols, compounds or amounts of phenols in the solution, which is counterintuitive to what one would think. So, but if you think about the prediction that native systems operate under negative feedback, meaning they try to maintain diversity, if we can, say that, kind of anthropomorphize them, we'd say that, maybe this exudate of phenols from Big Bluestem may be a way that it keeps itself in check to make sure that it doesn't overtake the entire prairie. It may be one of those mechanisms helping to maintain biodiversity. So we can kind of solve that mystery, but again, it tells us absolutely nothing but what might be the difference between these 2 leachate solutions. So based off of all of the research that's kind of been done in our lab on Old World Bluestems, there could be alterations related, or the invasion could be driven by alterations in soil microbial community, specifically those arbuscular mycorrhizal fungi. So again, the results that Karen showed show that there is potential for them to be one of, or at least part of, the driving mechanism. But there's also evidence to show that there could be this use of allelopathic chemicals. Obviously, the results from this study show that that could be one of the major driving effects. But what is not known is that maybe these are actually synergistic. Maybe the leachate is affecting the soil microbial community in a way. And this is something that we hope to find a way to actually develop or to be able to assess in the future. So there's no way to tell if it's a direct kill versus a synergistic effect. And it may be far more complex than we've ever even started to investigate. So again, it could be a very, very tangled web, and we may just be scratching the surface as far as how these species are invading. So some of the management recommendations possibly, how do you counteract this stuff? Well, use of native soil addition to restore that native soil microbial community shows a little bit of a promise, but again, where do you get that native soil for a large-scale restoration project? Do you tear up the native prairie next door to try to repair this one? Probably not the best solution. So something we have to kind of think about when we get out there. And if there is an allelopathic chemical, or whatever that chemical is being released into the soils or through the leaf mitter, we have to find a way to negate it, but that's tough to do without knowing what it is. And then how long does it stay in the soil? What is its residency time? Is it a few days? If you don't have a continued source of litter and roots, does it eventually disappear? Or will it be something that can stay there for years and years, that legacy effect that Karen was talking about? Something we haven't talked about yet, but solarization, a possible way of small-scale control, may have some potential in trying to negate some of these allelopathic compounds, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. This is all hypothetical and kind of future research oriented. You can add organic matter to help aid in soil chemistry, but again, we need to kind of determine the effects of all of these so that we can increase restoration success and restore that ecosystem function. So what is the future research? Some of the things that I'm currently doing, as this will be the last time I speak, but to give you where we're kind of headed a little bit. So we talked about the mycorrhizae being more abundant in the soils of the Old World Bluestem and them Old World Bluestem having higher colonization. We want to know, is there actually changing the species of fungus that are in the soil, or maybe the species of bacteria that are in the soil? So working with some colleagues from northern Arizona, they are doing, I am just sitting back and waiting for them to tell me some of this information, doing DNA sequencing to compare the soil communities. And we want to know, is the bacterial community, who is actually there similar under Old World Bluestem and native prairie, or has there been a shift as this invasion occurs? We're looking at just general fungal species as well, and then we're looking at arbuscular mycorrhizal fungi specifically. So again, all of these are, we have samples from Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas that all went into this study. And the analysis is currently running on the computer, and they're supposed to be getting back to me to kind of let me know if we're seeing differences in this community. So again, is it just more of what was already there? Are they changing the players in associating with different mycorrhizae species than what our natives would? And then, of course, with the interesting results that were found in the allelopathy, I kind of want to continue looking at some of those as well. So I want to do further chemical analysis, and I want to try to work with some of the organic chemists at Fort Hays State University to further analyze this. Some of our results show that there was a lot of protein content within the leachate. So again, is that protein possibly something that's being released into the soil and causing these modifications? So assays for different proteins may be kind of a general next step, but I hope to do a little bit more work with some chemists that understand this a little better than I do. I currently have a couple CAM students, Kansas Academy of Math and Science, that beginning next year want to kind of expand upon this. As we've seen the allelopathy with yellow bluestem, we want to see if we can see this as well, or if it's maybe even more impressive, well, I shouldn't say impressive, more detrimental with Caucasian bluestem. And then what we want to do is actually kind of put these two against each other. Can yellow bluestem grow with the addition of Caucasian bluestem leachate or vice versa? So again, kind of somewhere we're heading. If they are similar, genetically similar enough, they may be able to handle one another's leachate while still taking out the natives, because we do see yellow bluestem and Caucasian bluestem growing in mixes in certain areas. So, I mean, based on those observations, we should see that both survive, no matter what you add as far as a leachate addition. And then solarization impact on allelopathy, and this is one of those way out there hypothetical thoughts, but if it is a protein that's actually being added to the soil, we've seen down in South Texas, the colleagues of ours have had a lot of success with native plantings 1 year after solarization. And again, solarization we haven't explained yet, laying out a pool tarp basically to heat the ground, or heat the air underneath the tarp, then heat the ground to actually kill the root systems. Again, difficult to expand into larger areas, but on small scales can actually take out pretty effectively, at least in South Texas, some of these old world bluestem monocultures. And even just 1 year after the solarization process, the gentleman is having great success with restoration of plantings, of putting native seeds back in there. So if it is a protein, just as you cook an egg and denature those proteins, maybe the heating is actually breaking down that compound. So some of these things I'd like to look into a little bit further. see if there's a, is this because of a short residency time or is this because of the solarization process? So I have an experiment kind of set up in my head I'd like to initiate. So and this doesn't show up quite as well, but this is actually one of the solarization plots from southern Texas or South Texas. Here you can see this is where the litter was left on top of the ground after it was solarized, or during solarization it was mowed, then the tarp put down. Litter was left here, but back here we see that in fact he raked the litter off. Night and day difference as far as what is actually germinating. So removing of that litter, it doesn't have that source of the allelopathic chemical, could be leading to increased restoration success. So it might be removing that litter layer as the driving force in restoration as well. So like I said, something interesting to kind of look at into the future. So with that, I will turn it back over to Karen. Yes?
Do you have any idea what the half-life of the seed is in the soil?
I know it varies from species to species, but I know they can last for, quite a long time. I think up to hundreds of years, the seeds, right? Are you asking? Do you have any idea on how long? Don't know an exact number for sure. Any other questions, or I'd be happy to talk with people afterwards.
What was he going back with to be established? Was it just a mix of what was there?
It was a mix of native seeds that he's to mimic what was there previously or whatever. So the idea of the solarization came from burning large cedar piles that created temperatures that actually killed the old world bluestem around it. So then he's kind of expanded and ran with this as an idea. So.
Were the solarized plots stripped of the litter first?
On that one, they mowed it,
Okay.
and then half of the plot actually raked the litter off, and the other half they left it. So the part that had the litter raked off actually did a lot better as far as native seedling establishment. So I don't know if you're going to talk a little more about that. So Karen will touch on the solarization a little more as well.
If where's John Barber? Is John here? John, if you've driven through Fort Riley at all, you might have seen some of our tarps. We use cheaper tarps, solarization panels. I say tarps, sorry. We use cheaper tarps here in Kansas and Oklahoma than they did in Texas. And ours were, what was the phrase? Sails and parasails blowing in the wind on Fort Riley. Sorry, John. I publicly apologize for that. You don't want the generals calling him up when you're doing a study. Anyway, okay, so we've got just a few more things. We're going to try to wrap up what we've done before we get to kind of the more application of how to control. And what I want to do is I think this is foreboding, actually, and that is when I was in Texas, I used to be on a faculty down in near Temple, Texas, and I had a colleague that worked at the ARS station there in Temple, Justin Derner, and he and I were trying to do some stuff with Old World Bluestem, and it was King Ranch or KR Bluestem, and what we didn't really succeed because we didn't have as many undergrads as I now have access to, and didn't have somebody that could check the greenhouse every day and every night, et cetera. So over the 4th of July, our Old World Bluestem plants died, or we thought they did, in the greenhouse because they didn't get watered. For federal agents, federal people just don't get to go on a holiday to water things all the time. So we thought, okay, they died. Well, I got mad and I watered them a lot. And guess what? Justin calls me up 2 days later. They're blooming, right? Well, so we had no measurements associated with this whatsoever. So what we decided to do, we had a graduate student that was able to do this, and this is funded through a Department of Defense grant. This a huge study that is on Fort Riley, is at Chanute Air Force Base, a decommissioned Air Force Base in Chanute, Illinois, and down at Tinker Air Force Base that we aren't going to talk about today because we're just kind of in the first stages of that. But a part of that is a greenhouse study. And it's really looking at the effect of, or what Old World Bluestem does with global change. And what we mean by global change is just comparing native grasses to the Old World Bluestem. And we're going to look at how global change, and I'll define that in a sec, how germination of those species are affected, how seedling growth is affected. We know it's affected by allelopathy, right? And then also, so far, all we have done in the greenhouse really is take seeds that we bought from Johnston Seed, or they donated, sorry, not Sharp Brothers ever. We take seeds and we grow them, but then we don't have any idea what happens. So that's not, I mean, out in nature, the majority of plants are regrowing from rhizomes or from crowns, right? And so what we decided is we were going to have this student take rhizomes. He basically went out, cut rhizomes up out of the soil and put those in a pot. So we have seeds, so seed germination, seedling growth, and then also regrowth from those rhizomes or from those crowns. And what we wanted to do is we wanted to, and we found that they liked soil. They didn't like growing on petri or on filter paper, so we put soil down. And what we did is we droughted them or not drought. And so this says drought treatments. This is basically water treatments. So we have 100% field capacity. Just call that well watered. They're watered, they're good. 85%, you know, kind of a little bit more normal because we usually aren't ever at 100%. And then this is for our germination and our seedling growth. We did 65% field capacity of water. And that's basically what they measured. And oh my gosh, you can't just cut water by 65 or down to 65% to do a drought study because you'll never get it published. There is so much work going into watering well versus not well that it's extremely complex. And so I'm going to save you about 10 slides to explain it. And just say that we got it to its permanent wilting point. Okay, so this is very, very drought conditions. And we also wanted to know what the temperature response would be. So we combined those drought treatments, those watering treatments with ambient temperature. So it's the average temperature in kind of the central southern Great Plains. And then what's predicted to occur, which is a 5-degree increase in temperature over the next several decades. Okay, so we wanted to see how germination, seedling growth, and then this growth from the rhizomes was affected. So we set it up in the greenhouse, had thermocouples trying to measure out how much water was in there, what the temperatures were, etc. And then the rhizome study, we ended up actually adding another one because we found that the 85% was stressing, so we added a 75% water instead of just 100. Did the same temperatures, ambient and plus 5 degrees. So these are basically the graphs. On your left panel are the plants that were grown in ambient temperature, okay, so okay temperature. On the right panel, where that black bar is, that right panel is 29 degrees, so 5 degrees warmer. And this is percent germination, okay, so percent germination of natives, okay, in the different drought conditions. So we had 100%, so that's well watered, and ambient temperature. And then the orange is the Old World Bluestem. Okay. Higher percent germination. Old World Bluestem was, excuse me, this was field collected seed, right? Field collected seed, yeah. 83%, we have a reduction in germination of the native. Same reduction at 65% or permanent wilt capacity. But now let's increase the temperature by 5 degrees. Old World Bluestem will still germinate if it has water, okay? But it doesn't really like less water, okay? Effectively, native grasses have a reduction, a significant reduction in germination as you increase drought or decrease water, and even further reduction if you increase temperature in combination with that drought. Now let's look at their seedling production, and this is the biomass of the seedlings. This is the Old World Bluestem. Old World Bluestem, they grew quite well relative to the natives. Okay? The natives did not necessarily like being warmed or droughted, and the Old World Bluestem grew okay. So basically, the story here is if it germinates, it will grow under droughty, warmer conditions. Okay? And now let's go to the rhizomes. So you've got the rhizomes, the crown. Okay? And I just think it's obvious. Here's the big bluestem, right? Droughty, so droughty as you go across. It didn't really affect the rhizomes as much, but the production wasn't as good. Here's the production of the Old World bluestem in that greenhouse setting, right? Not necessarily affected by drought or by increased temperature, okay? This reminds me of a phone call I got in a panic this past summer. And that was from some in, if you're in the federal agency, you might know Chuck Milner. Chuck Milner is with Black Kettle National Grasslands in western Oklahoma. And then also some of the people in Rita Blanca. Called me up, and because he had told me, we had had arguments in meetings saying, oh, I can control Old World bluestem. I can graze it out. He called me up this year and he goes, you know that drought, Karen? There's Old World bluestem where I never ever thought there was Old World bluestem, and that's all I have. What am I going to do? You should have listened to me, Chuck. Anyway, there's nothing really. Okay. All right, so with global change, we basically will see an increase potentially in those invasive plants. Okay, now what I'm going to do is move to restoration. And this portion of this morning session, and I'm going to try to get it summarized quick. This portion was really hard to do because I tried to be, a lot of this was done consecutively across time. In some of this, we're going to go back in time a little bit and use some things we've learned and have already presented or not. Okay, so just bear with me. Okay, so I'll just make the statement. We have to eradicate in order to restore, right? So what's our ultimate goal? If we do this as applied ecologists or as land managers, what would be our goal? Eradicate the Old World bluestem and get the natives back, right? So I'll do eradication, and Keith is going to talk a lot about eradication, and Tom this afternoon after lunch, and I'll mention it a little bit. But our goal then is to get seedlings established that are native in that invaded area, okay? So we wanted to kill Old World bluestem, and so we used burning, and we used herbicide in a setting, and then we decided, well, it's reduced by about, by the end of the season, we had reduced it by 70 to 90%. We thought, we're good. Okay, so let's just throw out some native seeds. Hush, Morris. So what we did was we seeded these areas with a diverse mixture. Okay, so we had 10 native grass, 10 native forb species. Okay. We had a pretty heavy seeding rate. 2,400 seeds per meter squared. You couldn't afford to do this. There we go. Okay. And so what we did was we measured percent germination of those seeds in 2008 and 2009. Okay. So here's our plan. So we have seeded areas with those seeds, 10 native grasses, 10 native forbs. We have no treatment of the Old World bluestem. Okay, so it was just Old World bluestem. And, basically we threw those seeds away because none of them germinated. Then we had areas that we had applied 2 applications of glyphosate to early in the season and late in the season. Okay? And we had good kill that year. And then we had glyphosate treatment, then we burned it, and then we glyphosated again. Okay? And then we had native prairie, because you always have to have a control when you're doing a scientific study. Okay, so that's our Old World bluestem invaded site, and this is our native prairie site. In that area, after we seeded 2,400 seeds per meter square, we had extremely limited germination of all of those plants. Oh, and we had rain. It was beautiful. You put those seeds out. It was a perfect rain event right afterwards, and we got nothing. Okay? It wasn't too hot that year. It was beautiful, Tom. You would have loved it, but nothing. Okay? So we thought, oh man, it was an undergrad that was helping do this with the grad student, and we thought, should we trust her to have done this correctly? And so in the native prairie, we got to do that control. So we threw out native prairie. We threw out seeds, and they germinated. Okay? So there's something going on with that field site. So we decided, is it that we can't trust the label on glyphosate and there is actually a germination reduction after glyphosate treatment, right? I was just being skeptical. And or is there something going on with the soil? So we had this poor undergraduate dig up soil from those plots, okay? Dig up the soil, bring it into the greenhouse, and she spread it in these trays, right? Just those planting trays. And then she had to count out probably 10 replicates of 100 seeds each of all the native grass species, all of the native forb species, and she basically made rows, right, in her little tray in those different soil. Native prairie soil, and then soil collected from these different, 2 different areas. We also thought, okay, let's do the soil amendment. Let's add native prairie soil to it and see if that'll compensate and allow for germination. So our percent germination of all the species, I think this is all the species, just a second. Just a second. Okay, so in this, and I'm sorry, I've got it, just a second. There we go. This is our percent germination of all the species together. So this was our control. Control in this instance means there was Old World Bluestem. Okay, sorry, I'm using that phrase. So this is soil that was collected in that Old World Bluestem, minimal germination. Then we add native prairie soil to it, and we get a little bit. The site that had been treated with herbicide had a 5% germination across the board of all those, 20 species. If we add native prairie soil to it, we get more germination. If we burn and apply herbicide, same thing, right? A little bit more germination. And then in the native prairie soil, when you apply native prairie soil to it, you get the same germination. That's a good thing for an undergraduate study, to just confirm that. Anyway. If we look at particular species, here's big bluestem, basically the same kind of graph. Okay? So it did not like the field collected soil. Okay? After having heard Mitch talk, we can now allude to what that effect is, right? There is an allelopathic component going on, but there's also an additional component, and that is the shift potentially in the fungal component. It's not just affecting grasses, it's also affecting forbs, so showy partridge pea. It also was reduced. And this is just 12% total. And that was that was the expected germination rate, or the viable seed in that. Okay? So what we have is, basically, if we can kill it, we can't restore it because nothing is going to grow there. Okay? Unless we have some kind of native soil amendment. So we have shifts in the fungus, or in the soil biota, and we have allelopathic compounds. So we're at a big conundrum. What are we going to do with this, right? So let me go back. Oh yeah, we have native prairie, diverse prairie, not invaded by Old World Bluestem. There you go. So I'm just going to show a picture of the solarization because we are desperate. One, we're doing research on military installations, and there is so much paperwork involved in us bringing herbicides onto that site that we thought, okay, let's try something new. Okay? So we decided to try something new. And our colleagues out of Indiana said, oh, well, we can kill tall fescue with solarization. And I go, what's solarization? It's laying down a tarp. Park a car over it and it might die, right? So you put a tarp down. This is the beautiful picture of those organized tarps on Fort Riley, John, that as I get an email from him, I got a call saying these are parasails in the wind, and I'm going, oh my God. Anyway, sorry. And so we learned a lesson. This one happened to be a hayed site, so if you put tarps down over hayed Old World Bluestem, it's easier, as opposed to this, right? That's smooth brome, so that's a picture of smooth brome. But you can imagine all that litter. We didn't have all of Mitch's results, or we didn't listen to him. We should have thought about the fact that we need to, maybe mow this down and get that litter off. And so then we hired more undergraduates and a weed eater, and then they had to go out and weed eat the plots and rake them. Oh, it was fun. Okay. So I'm going to leave this, and I'm going to leave this as a tease kind of for the afternoon setting, is because, so we have no treatment, right? So this is Old World Bluestem. That's not acceptable, right? For us, many of us, it's not acceptable. And so what's our first hint, our first thought? Our first thought is, let's go spray it, right? Let's go spray it. If you spray it with 2 applications of glyphosate, you can actually increase reproduction of Old World bluestem. Doing nothing may be better than doing something. Here's glyphosate with burning with glyphosate. Okay? And I think I'm just trying to remember what my next slide is. There we go. Okay. And I'm not going to show this. I'm going to stop this here because we are right on time now, Ron. No. This is teasing for Keith, so we'll just get right there. Okay. Questions? We can do some questions if necessary. Yes, sir.
This is probably nitpicky, but I noticed one place it said 4, 15, one place 10. How many did you use?
So we did 15 in the field, and we didn't have enough seeds. They were too expensive for us, so we just did 10 in the greenhouse. Thanks for catching that. Good eye. Yes, sir.
What was your rate and glyphosate?
It was label rate.
Which is
Keith, I have 3.25 AI per for glyphosate label rate. No, the ones that we were doing with Scott.
Yeah, those were small. So they were, I think they were 1 pound each.
Okay.
I think they were 1 pound each tree.
Yeah.
Yeah, go back and look.
Yes, sir.
Did you do any of those temperature studies by just reversing it and see what happened if it went up in the colder climate?
Just a sec. So his question is, did we do anything with the climate study by just reversing it to see what would happen if we went to the colder climate? We didn't on this because, like someone said earlier, we're in, getting to Nebraska, it's not really that problematic yet. And we mainly think it's because it's a C4 plant. It's that warm season plant. So it really doesn't like those colder temperatures. What we did do on this study is a C3 component. So we did smooth brome with western wheatgrass and did that comparison, but I didn't show those today.
all those countries that it came from are well south of here.
It's actually in Czechoslovakia too, which is a little bit more north. Yeah. Yes, sir?
Has there been much research on Old World bluestems and their native habitats? And then also, what are the plant communities like there? And then as part of the invasiveness that we're seeing, the result of cultivars that were developed?
Oh my gosh. Good job. So his question was, what's Old World bluestem like in its native range? And does it have invasive properties there? And have we done any studies with it in its native range? And the third one was, is it like, are our cultivars different than its native genotype? Oh my gosh, I just graduated a student doing that study. Good job. But I didn't include it because, no. We haven't really increased its growth performance, its productivity, its germination, its competitive ability in our cultivars relative to it, because we did that same kind of competition study with native Bothriochloa seeds from Czech Republic, okay, and ours. And we didn't see a change, okay, so that's one. Second is, there has been limited research done there because it's a subcomponent, it's a subdominant. It's not that common in its native range. Interestingly, I went just 3 years ago, and this is, you're a geek when you do this. I had the opportunity to go to Botswana to do some research. And while we were in Botswana, we went to the University of Botswana, their field station, that is in the Bothriochloa native range. And we got to go into the herbarium, right? A geek. You go into the herbarium, and oh my gosh, I almost teared up because there I see native Bothriochloa ishamum and bladii right there in its native range. It is subdominant, not invasive, not a problem. It does not form the monocultures, no. And why would that be? Mainly because, so somebody is doing a study at OSU right now on plant insects and pests, insect pests, and it's thought that our natives may have more thrips or whatever that affect the native species, and we've basically brought it over here and released it from its enemy, right? So it's an enemy release, if you will. Okay, good question.
Are we gonna run into a collision between native grass proponents and the biomass people and biofuels? Because it seems to me a biofuel might like the Caucasian as opposed to regular native.
So the question is, are we going to have a kind of a run into some conflict with the native prairie proponents, the old world bluestem forage proponents, and the biomass proponents? I don't think we're going to have any problem with the biofuels components, because switchgrass is going to be that, or miscanthus, or giant reed, because it's going to make more than old world bluestem. So I don't think we'll have a problem with that. Are we going to have a problem with native prairie proponents versus forage livestock proponents? We already do. We already do, right? I mean, seriously, I go to my family, and my family's in northwest Oklahoma, and many of my relatives have old world bluestem plantings that they're hanging and producing, and I call them lazy ranchers. To their face, and so anyway. Yes, sir?
On the last slide on eradication, I mentioned that 2 glyphosate sprayings increased production, and then I didn't see what was the result of spraying, burning, and spraying.
So we're going to show the data more next time, but the key part with that was we sprayed twice, and we'll show it when we show the results. But basically, you actually reduced the number of live crowns, but those tillers that were produced were all reproductive tillers. They all were seeded out. You didn't have that with the burning combination. And so, yeah.
True with fire enhancement.
It's, yeah, so fire, so basically you've removed that litter that you're applying the herbicide to again. Right.
Just out of curiosity, has any native U.S. prairie plants been invasive in other places?
I know we have insects that have, we have mammals that have, we have vertebrates that have. Plant-wise, not herbaceous, but the reason I was in Botswana is because of mesquite.
Yeah, mesquite. In South Africa.
Say that again. California poppy, there you go, yeah. And there's a lythrum, and I don't know what lythrum is. Anyway, so yeah. Yeah. Others? Yes, sir?
What is the dominant grass that it does not compete with in its native range?
It varies, because it's such a, I mean, its range is pretty wide, and so depending upon what the dominant species are, they were C4 dominant grasses, and off the top of my head, I can't remember one right now, in Botswana, okay. I better not say, because I didn't review that recently, and in Czechoslovakia it was different as well. So it's kind of going to depend upon where you are in that latitudinal gradient.
Oh, one more question.
What causes the interstitial areas, the bare spots?
It's all competition. It's competition, right? So we've got the competition among the individuals, because it does intraspecific. So intraspecific within its species, it's going to compete with another individual of its species. In addition to that, if you've looked at Caucasian's growth, it's going to come up and it's going to splay out. And based on Mitch's work, there's an allelopathic effect from that litter. And that's going to also decrease the ability of other plants to grow there. Okay?
Which also points out that this is a very poor erosion control plant, because erosion occurs right between the plants.
And we've had some people interested in measuring in that, and they haven't, yeah. Erosion is as hard to measure as drought in a study. So.
Is using glyphosate, and it didn't kill all of it, is that due to maybe not a high enough rate, or do you think there might be resistance?
Keith will talk about that this afternoon.
Okay, good.
I sprayed some on our land, which is right adjacent to Konza here, in the fall of 2004, which was 2012, which was a drought year. And in the fall, it started to green up, and I sprayed it probably twice the label recommendations and killed it better than a doornail. So it has some potential of killing it out entirely.
And I just have to comment that that's not legal for state and federal agents to do.
Along that line, you'll notice down along McDowell Creek Road that last night I came out and put out some flags that show where we have Caucasian bluestem growing along this county road. I've been told anecdotally that a person at the Plant Material Center locally here used to take seeds out and scatter them along the road. That may not be true, but that's what the word was. But we have a really bad infestation of Caucasian bluestem from here into town. Not so much the other direction for waste, but from here into town. Some of that was burned a couple of miles down the road, and you'll notice how clumpy it is when you drive by that. And so I want you, that substitutes for a field trip in case, we get rained on this afternoon and you don't want to walk over here. One of the things that I want to mention, we'll have lunch just here in a few minutes, but there's a couple things I'd like to do first. Relative to lunch, for those of you who were expecting bologna and Wonder Bread sandwiches, I couldn't get that, so you'll have to settle for other meats and cheeses and breads, okay? I did the shopping yesterday and this morning for our lunch, and I hope it turns out okay, but if it doesn't, you've got me to blame. My wife Carol is trying to get things organized, get the lunches out. She may need a little bit of help, but we'll do the best we can. One of the other things I want to mention is I bought some sandwich bags because after everybody has lunch, if there was any meat and bread and you want to make a sandwich or anything to take on your drive home, some of you came quite a ways, please, make sure that we don't have leftovers. If it's not raining, and I don't think it is, there are picnic tables outside where we can use during lunch, and there's also some tables inside here, and Marty Stewart brought over some chairs from the Lower McDowell Creek Community Center. I also want to mention that we're making CDs of these presentations, and if you let me know either by writing something down and giving it to me or writing an email to me or something, we can make those available to you. I also hope that we will have the presentation on our website as well, and because this is really one of the most amazing presentations we've had in Kansas dealing with this subject, and we want to share it as much as we can. There may be other presentations that we will help organize if we can talk Karen into coming back out. Again, we've got a request from southwestern, south central Kansas, and I think it'd be really desirable if we had it there. As I indicated, this is a really impressive group of people we got here. And for those of you who are willing to identify yourselves and mention something about yourself, just briefly, maybe who you work for, what you do, where you live, whatever. For those of you who are willing, I'd like us to introduce ourselves so that maybe you'll see somebody you want to connect up with during the lunch break. And so we'll start over here and go around.
Don Dusky, farm in Buck County.
And you identify yourself to get to eat lunch?
Yeah. If you identify yourself and if you have a name tag, you can have lunch. Even if you didn't pay.
Myron Walker, I'm an ag loan officer at the Guaranty Bank up in Beloit. We have a trust division, trust farm division, and we have, I found out today it's yellow bluestem. Some of our trust farms, we're trying to kill the stuff, and it's too big to put a tarp over.
And it's best if you stand up. But why don't we start over against the wall and then come down here? Tom.
I'm a secret agent of Tom Annis, like the site manager, Konza Prairie, and my colleague she stands up is Deb Summerhour, been working with me for 15 years with invasives.
So I'm Deb Summerhour. I work for Konza Prairie for 3 months out of the year. I have a side spraying business on my own. We value USD 384 for the rest of the year.
Another doctor before.
I'm Bob Haynes, landowner, Riley County. She's my sprayer.
My name's Matt Bierke. I own a 6-acre farm 5 miles south of here.
I'm Charlie Pilgrim. I live in Chase County, and I've got about a 85-acre pasture that's infested with a little bluestem. I've been killing it.
John Brimley, I got a farm just 7 miles west of Miltonvale. I've got 35 acres of this and fighting.
Justin Jansen, landowner in Ellsworth County, and have old world bluestem problem thanks to the soil bank in the 1950s.
Sarah Frederickson, District Conservationist for NRCS for Shawnee County.
Let's start over here. Yeah, Valerie.
Valerie Wright, landowner. I'm fighting Caucasian bluestem on my property as it comes in patches.
Fred Coombs, a landowner from near Holton, Kansas, and board member of the Kansas Native Plant Society.
Nancy Coombs, ditto.
Max Amos, we're from Morris County. We lived at 30 years in the Ozarks. We planted old world bluestem and thought, most of them thought it was great stuff along the fescue. We're retired. We have some land in Morris County. We also have land. She has land in Clark County.
You want to say anything?
Yay for Western Kansas.
Angela.
Angela Anderson, Kansas Wildlife Federation.
Dale Cross, Sharp Brothers Seed Company salesperson.
Morris Miller, I'm with Sharp Brothers Seed at Healy. I fight old world all over the country. We harvest grass a lot of places, and 15 years ago it wasn't too bad finding good clean fields. Anymore you can't find them. It's everywhere.
Jerry Joseph, Kansas Land Trust.
Henry Payne, Wilson County, steer operation.
Henry didn't tell you he's from Texas. Anyway, I'm Gary Kilgore. I'm retired K-State agronomy extension specialist, Southeast Kansas. Did some early work on controlling old world bluestem, and I'm enjoying this discussion. Thank you.
I'm Susie Johnson. I'm a docent out here at the Konza Prairie, and also have friends that have land that is fighting the Caucasian bluestem. Paula Mateel with the Nature Conservancy.
John Wilmer, Shawnee County Noxious Weed Department. Answer a lot of questions on invasive species.
Keith Harmony, K-State Ag Research Center in Hayes, and you'll hear enough from me later.
Joe Palick, I'm with the Kansas Department of Transportation out of Marion, Kansas.
And I'm Peter Carter. I'm with the Kansas Department of Transportation. We own about 10,000 miles of right-of-way running through all sorts of good places in the state.
I'm Jerry Freeze. I'm an ag economist. I work with a lot of farmers and ranchers in this area.
John Jackson, Great Bend, Kansas, Agricultural Management Group.
I'm Jabron Suleiman. I work for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service office out of Manhattan here. I live in Riley County. I'm watching some of this stuff invade the prairies around my neighborhood, and then I also work on restoration projects down in southeast Kansas and Cherokee County.
Susan Blackford. I work for the Fish and Wildlife Service in Manhattan.
Mike Disney, also with the Fish and Wildlife Service Partners Program, a private lands program within the agency. And we've dipped our toe and trying to do some old world bluestem projects. And Greg Kramer's is the guy to ask. He's what we're doing.
Virgil Jones, a landowner in Jewell County. Like the man in the front, thanks to the old soil bank problem, I had some old world bluestem.
Bob Hanson, I'm landowner in Missouri.
Let's go down this side now.
I'm Margaret Stewart. I'm on a half section of land on Lower McDowell. We don't have it on our land yet, but it's on the roadsides. And we're in the process of hoping that our county administrators will manage for it on the roadsides, because otherwise it's all on the private landowner to deal with.
My name is Jim Sands. I'm a retired Army elected official in Junction City, and I'm the board president with the Prairie Heritage.
Brendan McCampbell. I'm a graduate student at Fort Hays State University. Dr. Greer's on the advising committee.
I'm Betty Burlingham. We bought a retirement ranch over called Ashland Heights. It's on top of the Bottoms. Unbeknownst to us, we bought a lot of old world bluestem. And as cattle producers, we've got to learn how to manage it, because you haven't been able to tell us how to eradicate it. So we've actually been doing some of those pop studies that you guys, your students have been doing, and come to the same conclusion about allopathic effects. We can't get anything to grow in that soil.
I'm Byron Burlingham, and I supervise her.
I'm McElroy, Pika, landowner in Osage County, past president of Ottawa, Kansas.
I'm Phil Baker from Shawnee County, a landowner in Shawnee County.
Scott Marsh with the Department of Agriculture. I'm the state noxious weed specialist.
Now we start there.
I'm Eric Weens, I'm a wildlife biologist technician, Kansas Department of Wildlife Parks and Tourism.
Zachary Fortis, PWPT, Department of Lands Biotech.
Megan Smith, the same as those guys, so just trying to figure out ways to help private landowners deal with it.
John Barber with the Department of Army Conservation Office at Fort Riley.
Gerald Swan, Installation Pest Management Coordinator at Fort Riley.
Derek Moon, I'm a wildlife tech at Fort Riley.
Clay Adams with Kansas Department of Transportation.
I'm Don Kaler, I'm a maintenance superintendent with KDOT out of Walmigo.
Gary Hargrave, Surveyor Supervisor in Manhattan, KDOT.
Dennis Peterson, I'm the Riley County Noxious Weed Director.
Shannon Greer from Council Grove, Denver, trying to restore 80 acres to National Forest.
Bill Pent, Lower Medak Creek, retired Army. I started hearing stuff about old world bluestem about a month ago, and the more I hear, the more curious I got. So that's fun.
Troy Schrader, retired wildlife park and tourism. Now I'm a farmer landowner in Rush County and also a Kansas Wildlife Federation board member.
Matt Smith, Kansas Wildlife Park.
Nikki Sakanik, Kansas Wildlife and Parks Biotech.
I'm Randy Rogers, retired from Kansas Wildlife and Parks and a landowner in Rush County fighting over bluestem.
Bruce Snyder, K-State Biology, and I study invasive earthworms, which are probably coming along with all the invasive plants.
Eugene Jackson, farmer and rancher in Lyon County.
Clint Bowman, Kansas Wildlife and Parks, Melbourne Wildlife Area.
Brian Sorensen, Starseed, Osborne, Kansas.
Harold and Bernice Facklum, and we're landowners in Geary County.
Brad Rushoff, Kansas Wildlife and Parks.
Randy Kuntz, KDOT, Council Grove.
Corey Trump, KDOT Maintenance Superintendent from Clay Center.
Kevin Yurok, KDOT, Marion. Jason May, KDOT, Marion. Bill Wilson, KDOT, Chase County.
Jeff Romine, KDOT, and Eskridge.
I'm Stephen Bridenstine. I'm the program coordinator at the Flint Hills Discovery Center in Manhattan.
Walt Fick, Kansas State University Research and Extension. I'm currently also working on an old world bluestem control, and restoration is going to be an interesting process, I'm afraid.
Mike Haddock, I'm with Kansas State University, and I'm also the current president of the Kansas State Plant Society.
I'm Joe Calvo. I've got a small private prairie just north of the Konza here. We've got a little bit of problem with old bluestem poking maybe in
Brian Obermeyer with the Nature Conservancy. I'm located down at the Tallgrass Prairie National Preserve.
Dennis Wetterman. I've worked as a diver in the oil field for 25 years. Now I'm an inspector on diving projects. I have a house for land on McDowell Creek Road, south of I-70.
Keith, you're out the ranch manager for the Z-Bar Ranch down in Barber County.
Eva Yearout, I'm president of the Kansas Prescribed Burn Association, and I help him.
Oh, you supervise.
I'm Jess Crockford. I'm retired NRCS and currently with the Kansas Prescribed Fire Council.
I'm Greg Kramus with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Partners for Fish and Wildlife Program, based out of Manhattan, cover the eastern half of Kansas.
Galen Weens, I'm the natural resource manager at the Smoky Hill Bombing Range.
I'm Larry Patton, president of Protect the Flint Hills, which is an educational organization dedicated to the preservation and restoration of the Flint Hills Tallgrass Prairie.
Darren and Bethany Hoffman, landowners in northwestern Riley County, and we have about 70 acres of this crap. And it's starting to show up in other pastures as well.
I'm Cody Growing with Northern Prairies Land Trust in southeast Nebraska. Just kind of came here. It's starting to show up in our area too. We've been doing some experiments to try to take care of it. Nothing to quite report yet, but just trying to get some information to help our landowners down there. I think it's Arbor Day up there, so everybody takes the day off, so I think I might be the only one.
I think we got everybody except video photographer. And now you know what I knew coming here today because I'd seen your emails and gotten your calls, and that is we have one heck of an impressive group of people here, and I hope this starts our networking together on this, and you get a chance to know somebody that you didn't know before you came this morning and visit with them during lunch. I'd also like to extend a special thank you to Clay Adams with KDOT for rallying his people on making it possible for them to come here today, because KDOT will get blamed for all this because it is along the roads is where it spreads, and actually it's very possible that now, since you told us about these rhizomes, that they may pick up on the mowers and move on down the roadside right away. And also one of our biggest one of the concerns that has really become apparent recently is that very likely if you're haying the state highways and you're taking that hay and it's got seeds and other things in it, you're likely to be leapfrogging it around the rest of the state to pastures where it's fed and things of that nature. And it's one more reason why we'd like to see free open range haying of the state highways discontinued. That's probably a political thing maybe. We have to influence KDOT director or the governor or somebody. But there's lots of things that we can do working together, and as I indicated this morning, I think this is the beginning of a Partnerships Unlimited conservation effort on this issue. Thank you very much, and let's go have lunch, and we'll be back here in exactly an hour, right? Or do you want to come back sooner? Okay, we can come back at a quarter after 1.
Probably 12:30. A quarter after 1.
Yeah, I've got 12:40. We'll be back at 1:15.
Okay, so thank you for that lunch. That was great, Ron. You did a good job shopping.
But I don't want to take any of this stuff home. If any of you are having a party this weekend and want some potato salad, we got some containers of potato salad. Also, you know, any sandwich meats and stuff, we got baggies. I bought baggies too, so you can do that. It won't be there when we leave.
Okay, so the next section that we're going to talk about is controlling Old World Bluestem. And there's just so many words that come to mind when I think of controlling Old World Bluestem. And so, that is true. Somebody said they aren't repeatable, and that is true. What we're going to do, though, is this is going to be a blending of some research that's been done, some of the observations that's been done. So it's kind of not going, I'm going to do some, Keith's going to do some, Tom's going to talk about his experiences here on Konza. But we're not going to really go in the clear, logical order of how that was done. We're going to go with, okay, this is what we've done that's kind of important. And then Keith will talk about a lot of the stuff that he's done. And then Tom's experiences here on Konza. So what I want to do is I want to talk about a study that was done. Again, this is yellow bluestem, but I think it works similarly. And we realized, and this is kind of after some of the work that had been done trying to figure out what chemical was good. This was done with glyphosate. So it was glyphosate, but we wanted to know when to apply it. Early in the season, middle in the season, late in the season. And we also wanted to know how many times did we need to apply it, okay? 1, 2, or 3 times. We also wanted to incorporate either a burning regime or burning treatment or a mowing treatment. Okay? And so, there we go. What we did is we went to Clemmy again. And again, I'll pick on Bob Gillen. He planted it in 1989 for a grazing study. And it was a solid, so this is a solid established stand. So this was a stand by the time we started studying it was, I think I can do the math, 20 years old. Right? Yeah, 20 years old. Or just a little bit under 20. And so we were looking at what had been a crop field that was planted. So I view this as applicable to those of you who have those monocultures that are CRP or seed bank work. So we basically had small plots. We were on, this was a Oklahoma Department of Wildlife Conservation state wildlife grant funding, because they wanted to know, one, how do we control Old World Bluestem? But then that was also the bird study that Mitch talked about that was done there as well. That was kind of associated with how Old World Bluestem affects bird communities. And so what we did was we made small plots and we applied glyphosate, and here's the amount, and I think this is right. This is the amount of active ingredient per hectare, and if you need more, you have to ask Keith. So there you go. Okay, that's my disclaimer. I have a hard enough time with simple math relative to adding decimals. Okay, so we applied it either early in the season, and that's so May, July, or September, and we either applied 1, 2, or 3. And we either burned or mowed, so following an herbicide application. So this pasture had been hayed regularly, so they were using hay. And oh, by the way, they were storing the hay in the remnant prairie that had not been grazed for a long time. It was horrible. And so it had been hayed, so there wasn't a lot of standing dead remaining. And then we either applied an herbicide early in the season, burned or mowed it, or did nothing, and then applied herbicide 4 weeks after that, so that it was about at a 2-inch height of regrowth, and then we applied it late in the season as well. Before we did any of the herbicide application or the treatment, we counted basically how the frequency of live crowns and the percent Old World Bluestem cover. Okay? So very busy slide, just stay calm. Okay? This is I stole this from a grad student, and he was colorblind, and he had no color coordination whatsoever, and so we're just going to go with this. That's my excuse. Okay, so we have, this is percent Old World Bluestem cover. Okay, so this is looking down aerial or foliar cover of the plant, and then the multitude, and I mean multitude of treatments, and that isn't all of them. We had every combination possible of all those treatments, and we pulled out some of them. Okay, so the control, this is the one that basically, that was our control, our scientific control. It had no treatment, okay, so that was our healthy Old World Bluestem. Here is our, so if you have a single letter, that just means it was an herbicide treatment, early, middle, or late. If it's burned or mowed, it'll say burn or mow. Okay, so we had one application of herbicide. This was probably middle of the season. This is one application of herbicide plus mowing, and then plus burning. So the burning reduced it a little bit more than the mowing. So then let's go over here. 3 applications of herbicide. Woohoo! Pretty good control. I thought 95, 97% control was good, but apparently it comes back. So the similar response or reduction was gained with early herbicide plus burning plus a middle season herbicide application. Okay? So effectively, if you incorporate that burn in the middle of the season, that could replace the cost of one herbicide application. Mowing, oops, oh, I have animation. Sorry, I knew this. There we go. Burning, and then 3 applications. But I want to point out one more, and that is mowing. Mowing also reduced. So early season herbicide, mow, and then middle herbicide application. That was similar to with our burning treatment. So some people, are scared of the burning or can't do the burning, and so they might be able to get out there with some kind of mowing device in place of the burn. Okay? No mow or no burn plus herbicide, you didn't really have a lot of reduction there. Okay. So now what I want to go is, this is where I wish I would have known these data, because when you're a grad student, you collect the data, and then you got to take classes, and you have to teach classes, and so you don't get to analyze the data very quickly. And so I wish he could have analyzed these data, because I think we probably would have said, oh, maybe we should stop and treat another year, extend your graduate program another year, and then seed again. We didn't do that though. Okay, so we but anyway. So what we measured here were the frequency of live crowns. So how frequent were, so at the bottom of the plant, you get the crown that's coming back from, and we know it can come back in a drought and low water, or a drought and high temperatures. So we basically wanted to know how many crowns there were. The control had the most, obviously. And this is in a meter square. And so there's over 70 crowns in a meter square. One herbicide application here. Okay, so reduction a little bit. Excuse me. My voice has never gone, and this could be the day. In talking, because my husband says, anyway, okay. Sorry, that's annoying to me when I'm listening, but sorry. Okay. Early, middle, and late treatment reduces it, but so does early and burning and mid-treatment. But then again, all of these were pretty similar statistically. Okay? So if you do a combination of a couple of treatments of herbicide with burning or mowing, you're going to get that reduction. But this is somewhat deceiving. We have a reduction here in the number of live crowns. And I'm hoping this is the next slide. Oh, there you go, animation. Okay. But then I just want to mention, this is this portion right here, when we have 2 applications of herbicide, that's somewhat deceiving, because I'll just recall to you this particular slide. So you can have reduction in live crowns, but you can still have a good production of reproductive tillers down. And I think that, to me, this is if we could just kind of limit that reproduction, that's going to help us at least stay a little bit more on top of it. That's at least my thought from my experiences. And so one way that we're trying to do this, and let me just go to the results. So basically burn or mow plus 2 applications gets more control than 2 applications of herbicide without burning or mowing. And then it's just as successful as 3 applications, right? So save a little bit of money. It's cheaper to burn than it is to apply that herbicide. And you're really increasing the effectiveness of, and that contact of the herbicide with the vegetation. The caution I want to give is that if you start, you've got to keep going, or else you could increase that seed production. Okay, so what we're doing now, and this is kind of, this is a pilot study, but I think it shows promise. And what we're trying to do is really hit the plant with its ecology and try to integrate some practices. And so what we're doing is we're taking cattle, grazed areas, that have patches of yellow bluestem in them. Okay? So these are pastures, these are rangeland pastures that are invaded by old world bluestem, not a lot, some small patches that are moderately stocked. This is not going to work in a heavily stocked area. Okay? So I just have to emphasize this is moderate to low stocking. Because I think that's important because you have to tease them, if you will, and I'll get that in a sec. So basically what this student did, Nolan Cron, and he actually at this moment is presenting this research at a Research Scholar Awards banquet, and I don't get to be there, but he did good. So basically what he did is mow. His mowing was a weed eater, poor guy, and rake. So he basically removed, so this he applied this mowing, or I'm going to say mowing. He applied this mowing in June and then in other plots in July. Okay? Because our goal is we know from our studies that old world bluestem reproduces earlier than the natives. And if it reproduces earlier, we know that they are likely not to graze it, right? So what we want to do is see if we can remove that vegetation. It's supposed to be high protein. If we can keep it in its vegetative state, they're going to eat it, and we can hopefully attract them to it. Okay? So we didn't have a lot of money. It was an undergrad. So we don't have a lot of information on this, but I think our goal is this season to scale it up a lot. So basically what he did was he went in and he clipped these areas to find out biomass, inside exclosures. So he had exclosures that were unmowed, ungrazed, and then we had grazed and unmowed over here. And he applied treatments in June and July to the native species. So he used native plots. And then he also applied treatments in June and July to yellow bluestem. And I want to be clear, it wasn't June and July on the same plot. It was June, and then in other plots, July mowing. Okay? Mowed it to about 5 centimeters. And he was very excited to know that if you mow, things get shorter. Height of vegetation, mowed and mowed, right? So it's shorter. He was all excited about this, and I said, yeah, whatever. Okay, you're good. So that's not I will point out, though, that the old world bluestem in the grazed area was the same height as the old world bluestem in the exclosed area. Okay, so it wasn't being grazed. So what I am interested in, though, is the biomass production. Okay, so you mow it, it gets less biomass, and it doesn't regrow. Again, you've got the non-mowed, grazed and ungrazed. And then here's the June mowing. Okay, so it was shorter, or pardon me, less biomass, not significantly, but less biomass in the June grazed area, less biomass in the July ungrazed area. And for those of you who do statistics, all he had was 4 plots, right? So in our mind, we think that it's, especially with the tightness, and this is for those of you statistics people, especially given the tightness of the standard error bars, we're thinking if we scale it up, it's possible we are seeing an effect, okay? So now let's move to the one that was really exciting results. and that is the end of seed, the tiller production, the reproductive tillering, right? So if we can reduce or limit seed production, we're limiting the generations that get into the next seasons. So what we have is the unmowed area, and there's high variability here because of sampling, and that's all I'm going to say. I'll describe it later if you want to know. But we basically are seeing, some tiller production here. But now let's go to the exclosed area. So the exclosed area had 350 reproductive tillers per meter square. Okay? In the grazed area, there were less than 100. Okay? That's only in 4 points difference. And my point is that I think if we scale up the study, that to me, 300 versus 100, is a seed reduction. Okay? July, there wasn't really any difference at all. So what our plan is to take this June mowing treatment and apply it on a larger scale with more sites and more pastures that have grazing going on to see if we can actually see a reduction in old world bluestem. Okay? Seed production as well as biomass. Say that again. And burning?
Will it burn in June?
Will it burn in June? You can burn anything. You could, yeah. And these pastures are, the pastures we're getting ready to use are burned in the spring, and then we're going to do some pastures that weren't burned this year at all. Okay? So yeah. Could you burn it? We've burned some things in June, yeah. So basically, we're thinking that mowing and grazing will reduce that yellow bluestem, just a sec. Go back. We also think that might, if we just hit it hard with grazing and mowing, knock it back enough to weaken the plant to reduce its occurrence in our native pastures, our native range. So that's the research that has been done. Not all of it, but a lot of it. And before I stop and give it to Keith, we got a long road. That's the long road that we're going to have to travel, and hopefully you decontaminate before you travel it. And with that, I'm done. Keith. There's going to be extras or not, so look next to you.
Absolutely, there'll be a test on that one. All right, howdy folks. I'm Keith Harmony, and I'm from the K-State Ag Research Center in Hayes. And I'm not near as interesting to listen to as Karen, and I'm from Nebraska, and so I don't talk near as fast either. So, so bear with me on going through these here slides. Anyway, I got to the K-State Ag Research Center in 1999, and Karen was there, and well, I met her during basically the interview process going on there, and she's pretty much the person that got me familiar with old world bluestems when I first moved to Hayes. But she wasn't the very first exposure of old world bluestem to me. Unbeknownst to me, I did some graduate study in Iowa, up in Ames at Iowa State. And during my research there, out in the middle of a CRP field in north central Iowa, dominated by big bluestem, little bluestem, switchgrass, Indian grass, I saw this plant out in the middle of this patch of CRP that I had no idea what it was. It looked kind of cool. It had a nice, pretty pink head on it. And I had no idea what it was. And it wasn't until I went to Hayes that I had a specimen of it that I kept with me, that I kept pressed in a book, and realized that it was Caucasian Old World Bluestem, growing in a patch of CRP in north central Iowa. So anyway, that was actually my first exposure to Old World Bluestems. But in my time there at K-State at Hayes and working with Karen, we started doing some herbicide evaluations on trying to do some things to control Old World Bluestem. So initially, the main conclusion of this whole workshop or symposium, I guess you could say, is that there should be a warning label on this plant. It could be hazardous to your native rangeland ecosystem. And this is what, in the fall of the year, what a patch of Old World Bluestem might look like in your pasture. If you see something that looks like this, a bleached white patch in the middle of your pasture, it's pretty highly likely that it very well could be Old World Bluestem. So if you have it, what are some things that you can try to do to avoid getting or spreading Old World Bluestem? Well, first of all, if you're seeding any acres to grass, make sure that you have seed that is not contaminated with Old World Bluestem. Okay, like what was mentioned before, it's hard to get areas that are clean from Old World Bluestem in a lot of cases have native seed, and so getting seed from a reputable dealer that purposely does not harvest any seed that they think might have a chance of having Old World Bluestem in it, that's a good thing to do. Also, it was mentioned earlier, if you're feeding hay on range, make sure it doesn't contain any Old World Bluestem. Okay, so I heard you say before, harvesting road ditches. Well, in that survey that we did there in Russell, Ellis, and Trego County, we saw lots of road ditches that had Old World Bluestem in it. And so harvesting that and then feeding that hay on any native rangeland, a few winter cows on some small native grass pasture, and supplement them with some hay, that's a perfect opportunity for this grass to get started in an area that didn't have it before. Okay? And also be aware of out-of-state grass hay. With the drought that had occurred over the past several years, Oklahoma and Texas were severe, had deep drought. Well, then a couple years later, Nebraska, South Dakota basically had a year of drought that they were shipping a lot of hay from down south up north. And that was a perfect opportunity for some of that to get moved around as well. In pastures that already have Old World Bluestem, Karen talked earlier about propagule pressure. So anything that we can do to try to reduce seed production is going to help reduce the potential of spreading it around. If you can purposely isolate Old World Bluestem patches, or if you have one area of a pasture that has a higher density or has a high density, if you can manage that separate somehow and reduce the seed production on that area, that would be one of the things that you could do to try to help slow down its spread. Heavily graze that area, mow or burn the patches. And notice I have in there highlighted patches, because if you heavily graze, mow, or burn the whole area, you're also affecting native grass that's in association with it. Okay? And so heavily and repeatedly mowing native grass, of course, is going to reduce the vigor of that native grass, and it's going to give that Old World Bluestem a competitive advantage to take over that area. I should mention that we, in that picture that Karen showed you earlier of the 3 counties, our research center has a property in the northeast corner of Ellis County that basically that was the one area in that map that didn't hardly have any Old World Bluestem in it in our road survey that we did. And one of the things that we've done is that when we go up there to work cattle, because we have so much Old World Bluestem around the Hayes area where our research center is, we clean off our 4-wheelers before we go up there and move cattle around, just so we don't have the chance of spreading seed from our four-wheeler out into our native grass. Because that's one thing that if you want another method besides combining to harvest grass seed, four-wheelers are a great way to do it. And they will spread it around. So anyway, what are some things that you can do if you have Old World Bluestem? What can you do to target it? Well, shortly after arriving at Hayes, we did our first herbicide study. And I imagine most of you have heard the phrase spray and pray. That almost is in effect what we did. We did do some research on looking for herbicides that had some effect or known effect on perennial C4 grasses. Okay, so we looked for things that had in literature or on the label, it may not have had any control studies done on it before, but there was something in it that said this may have some effect on C4 warm season perennial grasses. So we looked at several different things here. We looked at 9 different herbicides to start with in our very first study. And they're listed over here on the left. Arsenal, Hyvar, Oust, Plateau, Pursuit, Pramitol, Roundup, Post Plus, Select. And then we also had a control where we didn't apply any herbicide. But anyway, this was on yellow bluestem. Our very first study was on yellow bluestem. And out of all those things, I have highlighted here in those boxes the things that had a reduction of 50% or more versus the control. So the control, of course, didn't have no herbicide treatment, didn't have any control. So if we had over 50% control, I highlighted it. Or Karen talked earlier about crown frequency. If we had a reduction of 50% in crown frequency, I highlighted it. You notice here that there are several of these herbicides that we didn't get any reduction in crown frequency on. This was from, I should say, this is from one application of these herbicides. So it was applied just this one time in the spring. But you might notice that even though we didn't get crown reduction on a lot of these, we actually did get some dry matter reduction compared to the control down here. So there were several things that showed us that, even though we may not get a crown reduction, it's reducing dry matter. And we got some control on some of the herbicides. So this gave us an idea of what we might move into next. And I should say that Arsenal here, which basically was our best treatment at this time, the price of Arsenal at that time was about $315 a gallon. And that application rate right there was about $205 an acre, which there's probably not many folks that are going to use that. So from that point on, that's why I guess we had focused a lot more on glyphosate at the time, just because the price of the Arsenal. Since then, it's gone down from $315 a gallon to about $120 a gallon. So it looks a lot more reasonable as something to use now. But here's some pictures of what some of those treatments looked like. This would have been taken in July of the year. So of course, by that time, the control, it's fully headed out. Got lots of nice green leaf tissue. And so that's Arsenal. This is what the Oust looked like. This is what the Roundup looked like. That went one too far. And there's the Hyvar. The Hyvar is kind of a almost like a soil sterilant treatment. We still had Old World Bluestem come up through this soil sterilant treatment. So we thought, you know, that was only one application. What if we took some of these herbicides that showed some effect, you know, treated those plants, maybe injure them somewhat, reduce the population, and come back and hit it again with another round of the herbicide. So we did a split application study. And because of the price of the arsenal treatment in that first study we did, reduced it way down to something that was more reasonable. And at this time, doing a split application at these rates, so we did that once at the 4 to 5 leaf stage and again 8 weeks later. So all these rates here ended up getting doubled as far as what was applied per acre for the growing season. That treatment of arsenal at half a pound ended up being about an $80 an acre treatment versus the $205 that we looked at earlier. So anyway, in this study we looked at tiller production, we looked at frequency and percent control again, and we also looked at head production or seed production. Okay, so we're looking at not only are we reducing the biomass and possibly its competitive ability, but also what's going to reduce the propagule pressure or, you know, number of seeds that's going to be put out for being potentially invasive and moved around. So out of these treatments that we did, and I didn't tell you, and I should have, this was on Caucasian bluestem instead of yellow bluestem, the second study. Okay, so we went from yellow bluestem to Caucasian on this one. But Arsenal and Roundup, again, ended up being our two most favorable treatments. Okay, and this is still only 1 year of application. Okay, so we got a big reduction in total number of tillers and frequency of crowns. You know, didn't produce near as many seed heads, and we got a big reduction in total biomass produced. But we still didn't get rid of it. Excuse me. Here's after one of our early treatments. This is with the Roundup. Here it is after the second treatment, and you notice next to it the mature bluestem. And this is the Roundup treatment here, and I believe over here are the oust and the plateau treatments next to it. And this is in July, so there's still growing season left. So plants that are in here, you know, they still had a couple months of growing season left where they were able to put on some more dry matter. And this is kind of typical of what we saw a lot of times, where we'd have areas that looked really good, plants looked dead, but then there'd be a place where we'd have a part of one crown maybe didn't die, and it'd start producing leaf material again. And that's what the oust looked like. You know, it was better in the single application study we did than in the split application. What it did was it looked like it noticeably injured it, turned these plants red, but there was a lot of green leaf material there, and next year pretty much just as productive. So we went on to a third study, and since the arsenal was so expensive, we basically concentrated on glyphosate for a split treatment. We did this in 2006 and 2008. And we basically used the same time frame for doing the applications. But we had a lot of different treatments in here. Karen talked about having a lot of treatments in that study she mentioned at the end. We had a lot in this one too. We were basically trying most any combination of Roundup or glyphosate that we could. So what we did was we had an early application of 1, 2, or 3 pounds of Roundup glyphosate early. And then we also had treatments where we applied either 1, 2, or 3 pounds early. But we followed those up with a late treatment of either 1 or 2 pounds of glyphosate. Plus we had a set where we applied the 1, 2, or 3 pounds late as well. So we basically got about every combination of 1, 2, and 3 pounds of glyphosate application here, except for 3 pounds late.
Is this on Caucasian or yellow?
Yes, this is on Caucasian too. Good question. This is on Caucasian as well. And here's another nice busy table slide. And these are, I guess I should have mentioned, these are on that sheet that I gave you, so you could follow along on that sheet. So in case these are too busy right now, you can go home and study your sheets and give yourself a quiz later, something like that. So, yes?
What time of year are you talking about this early stage?
Okay, the question is what time of year are these being done? Well, the 4 to 5 leaf stage is basically going to be somewhere around the end of May. A lot of times on, well, especially where we were further west, our growing season, it doesn't start quite as early as yours does here in the east. You know, we're just a little bit delayed. But we're talking like the end of May. And then the 8 weeks later, we're talking in July. A lot of times these were middle of July where those were done. I can get exact dates for you, but they weren't quite the same each year. But that's the general time frame. So, what did we find out from this? Well, I don't know if folks recall, well, in western Kansas, 2006 started out being one of our driest years on record. January through July, we were as dry as we were in 1956, which was our driest year on record. I believe it was our second or third driest January through July on record. So 2006, not a very good growing season. 2008 was much better. But it's noticed here in these crown frequency measurements in that 2006 we had not near as good control from some of our split application treatments as we did in 2008. And as far as yield, we had a lot more yield of our Old World Bluestems in 2006 than we did in 2008. But again, I have on here things that are highlighted that are better than 50% of what our non-treated control was. And this is evaluation during the growing season of those 2 years, 2006 and 2008. One of the telltale things of how effective it's going to be is what the ratings are the year after, to let you know, was this effective or not. Well, in 2006, that dry year, almost none of those treatments were effective. The only one that was effective really at all was the 3-pound early, 2-pound late Roundup treatment. But in 2008, when we had good growing conditions, we had better control from a single application of 2 pounds late, 3 pounds late, and even 1 pound early and late versus putting on a total of 5 pounds. So basically, under good growing conditions, the take home is your herbicide is going to work a lot better than if it's dry. And this slide here shows that. This is the relationship between frequency of plant crowns, the year following application, and the total pounds of glyphosate that we applied per acre under dry conditions. So I guess to me is that if it's dry out, growing conditions aren't good, you're almost wasting your herbicide. So moving on from that, one of the other things that we've tried at the research center in Hayes, this was after Karen left. So we made our own little rope wick applicator, and we were trying to utilize rope wick application of glyphosate to try to control the old world bluestem, but possibly leave any remnants of native plants, desirable native plants that were in the stand, still in there. Try not to control them. Basically, all those other treatments that we'd done in the yellow bluestem and Caucasian bluestem stands, we had, with the glyphosate, we had pretty much controlled most all the other native vegetation that was in there. There wasn't a lot of it, but what was there, there wasn't much of it anymore after treatment. The two things that came in best at Hayes after treatment with glyphosate were western wheatgrass and western ragweed. Those were the two most prominent native species that were in our plots after we treated with the Roundup. But so anyway, we were trying to see if we could keep any other, well, we thought that this would be a way that we'd be able to keep more of our native species there. Plus, we're just wanting to check and see, was rope wicking going to be effective or not. So we did a forest study here where we did a 50-50 mixture of glyphosate with water in that rope wick, and we compared it to spraying 2 pounds per acre of glyphosate broadcast. And we only did this one time a year, but we applied it 2 consecutive years. So the same plot got 2 years of treatment, okay? And control at the end of the second year of treatment, was pretty good. We tried different passes of the rope wick, 1 pass across versus 2 passes across. And the take home of that is the more times you go across it, the more herbicide you're putting on it, getting on the plant, the better control you're going to get. And it was actually pretty similar to spraying with the 2 pounds per acre of glyphosate 2 years in a row. And we went back in the third year then and looked at our percent control, and it stayed pretty relatively constant in that third year, which was promising. Now the one thing that this rope wick study doesn't address that is a concern, and it was brought up earlier, was, oh, shoot, I got pictures for you. Let me do that first. I forgot I had pictures of this. Here is the non-treated control, and then I think you can see a strip in here. This was a 2-pass, and then we have a couple 1-pass treatments in here. Here you can see another one. This is a 2-pass treatment next to a control, and then a 1-pass treatment over here. So we were getting, even 1-pass, we were noticeably injuring it. The one thing that I was a little bit concerned about was that after you go over it one time with the rope wick and you have that 4-wheeler traffic, whether or not it's going to push it down and you're going to get an effective second application on the part that you ran over. And that's what it looks like after you go over it a couple times. This is in the third year, and this is western ragweed, and actually this was a great Japanese brome year. We had Japanese brome come up in these open areas. But one thing that this doesn't address then is new seedlings that are going to appear. I worked with a producer in Marion County that they had they had some problems with old world bluestem that they were wanting to find some way to try to control it. And so I worked with them early on in some of our, doing our herbicide evaluations, and thought, well, let's try the glyphosate. In 2005, the areas that were infested with old world bluestem, and this is Caucasian on this property, we sprayed with 2 pounds per acre glyphosate. In 2006, I went into those areas and we did transects, and we collected 50 frames where we looked at plant cover and seedling density of both native plants and old world bluestem that came back in those areas. And we compared that to cover of the native vegetation that was outside of the infested area. And we did that in 2006, and after we did our evaluations, they sprayed it again. So they would have effectively controlled any new seedlings that had come up after that first application. And we went in and did the same sampling in 2007, and then in 2008 we went and did the same sampling again. And we talk about the open area, interstitial area in between plants. This is what the area looked like. And you can see a little bit of ragweed, some of the interstitial area there. There's not a lot of native vegetation in these patches. And then we have the erosion that can take place in between these bunches of Caucasian. So erosion is a concern. But what we found as far as old world bluestem seedlings, after we treated it 1 year, we came back in and counted in our sample frames a density of 7 new seedlings per square foot. That's a really good density. I would love that density if I was planting a native grass pasture. I would be very happy with that density of new seedlings coming up. So after it was sprayed again in 2006 and we came back in 2007, the seedling density was 0.11 plants per square foot. Okay, that seems pretty good, but you think about it, that's actually 1 plant per square meter. So we still didn't effectively get rid of the old world bluestem. We were still had 1 seedling per square meter after 2 years of treatment. And we came back in that same area in 2008, and the seedling density was 0.06. So basically 1 seedling per 2 square meters is about what it ended up being. So, you know, it was effective to get rid of that very first initial flush of seedlings that came in, but there was some seed pressure still there 2 and 3 years later that the second year of herbicide application didn't control. And this is typical of what some of that sprayed area looked like when we evaluated it in that second and third year. And this is what the cover was compared between the untreated area and the glyphosate treated area. And this is in after the second year of application. Okay? And the main thing that I want you to look at here is that our desirable native tall grasses treating with glyphosate, this is percent cover, took a pretty big hit by treating with glyphosate. You know, switchgrass did too. But Cytotes grama is one that's, it wasn't high in cover in the native area. You know, it didn't have a real high population in the untreated area, but it retained its cover in the glyphosate treated area. So out of all of our native grasses, I think this is the one that probably has the best chance of surviving under glyphosate treatment. And in the work that Walt Fick has done, and he had to leave, but he's been treating with arsenal, and I think he's found that Cytotes grama has also survived a lot of his arsenal treatments better than other native species too. Two things to be of some concern about are western ragweed and annual broomweed increased in those areas. So, you know, you do have other species issues that you may have to address after treatment for getting rid of the old world bluestem. So, precautions. Treating with glyphosate is going to injure most all your native and desirable species that are there. After treating old world bluestem, that's going to open up that canopy. It's going to expose the soil, and we're going to have open it up to weed pressure and also potential for erosion. Reseeding the native species, not maybe necessary, but is, you know, it's almost going to be a necessity because we're basically have reduced that native seed bank over that time period too, of having the old world bluestem in there plus treating with the glyphosate to any new native seedlings that would have come in there also would have been controlled. Time to reestablishment by old world bluestem from the seed bank isn't really known. So like how long would it have taken this area with one seedling per 2 square meters? How long is it going to take for that area to once again become dominated by old world bluestem? We don't really know that. And we almost have no research on that reinvasion, so I don't really have any information to tell you on that. It would all be speculation on my part. Maybe Karen has a better answer, but I don't necessarily know. So anyway, this is what that area looked like in Marion County. We got some, you know, exposed soil, open for erosion. And these are just some of the things that are going to have to be addressed when we're looking at getting rid of the old bluestem and trying to establish to native species again. So, I guess I'll take any questions. Yes, sir.
Do you have any estimate how long that seed will live?
Do I have an estimate of how long that seed will live?
Yeah.
It's not a really hard seed like a lot of the forb seeds, like you think of, you know, bindweed.
Yeah.
You know, some of those have a really hard seed coat. They'll last
20, 30 years.
Yeah, years and years and years. I'm suspecting these could last maybe 3 to 5 years. You know, they're going to get, well, we talked about lack of insect pressure on some of these. Maybe the seed of this isn't getting utilized by some of our native species, like our native grass seeds would in this. So I'm presuming that it could last 3 to 5 years. It could be longer. It may not be getting utilized by a lot of our native species that would be utilizing that seed, you know, breaking it down and degrading it. Yeah.
Does it make any sense to, I'm concerned with pastures that are rocky, that are hilly, that are steep, that are all this type of thing, that mowing and cultivation isn't applicable. But I'm concerned about erosion if you go in there and do Roundup for 2 to 3 years. I've been toying with the idea of putting some fescue, into broadcasting some fescue. Will that be a cool enough season that you can put Roundup on the times you're talking about and not kill your fescue and therefore get more erosion?
The question was the concern about erosion on some steep and rocky areas, and trying to get something in there like fescue that maybe be able to seed to hold it in place and that may escape a Roundup treatment later on. I don't think that fescue would necessarily escape that treatment. You know, if you have moisture, fescue will still be active in the summer. And I really wouldn't necessarily want to introduce fescue into a native pasture. Something that I think would be more benign, that may be a more logical thing to use, would be something like possibly oats. Something like that to get a quick cover that's going to be more benign in that system than say fescue. I guess that's what I think of off the top of my head. But, oh yeah, question.
Treatment area, were you grazing those or they were all ungrazed?
The question was, these areas that we treated, were they grazed or ungrazed? In the plot studies I talked about, where we were testing the different herbicides and treatments, those were all ungrazed. The producer area in Marion County was grazed, and they had animals on it when we were doing this. And that's one of the things that I think probably helped with the erosion potential, is these were annual burn pastures, and so there wasn't, they had reduced litter plus the interstitial areas between the old world bluestem, and so it really opened those up. There wasn't a lot of litter cover there. Karen talked, I have to say, Karen talked earlier about this grazing study that they're doing now. We just got done with a grazing study at Hayes where we were comparing selectivity of yellow old world bluestem versus blue grama. We did a 3-year study there, and basically found that under average precipitation, they greatly preferred the blue grama, but in the year that we had very severe drought through most of the summer, they preferred the old world bluestem because it stayed green way longer into the season than the blue grama, and when rains returned a little bit, it was the first thing to respond to the moisture and green up again. So the times that old world bluestem are actually sought after by grazing animals that I've seen are when it is defoliated from mowing or burning. They'll go out and selectively seek it, or during drought conditions. Yeah, question.
Does seed remain viable when it passes through a cow?
Does the seed remain viable when it passes through a cow? That is a good question, and I have not seen a study on that. I do not know. I imagine that it would probably get broken, more than likely get broken down, because it's not a real hard seed coat. But I haven't seen that work done before. But anyway, more questions? Yes?
How quickly will a patch of Caucasian bluestem grow?
Okay, the question was, how quickly will a patch of Caucasian bluestem grow? I don't have an answer for that necessarily, but we also have two different pastures at Hayes that are native pastures that we never fed any hay in or anything. They were invaded by yellow bluestem, and in 2003 we mapped the perimeter of the invasion of these patches, and then we remapped them again in 2011 and 2012, and the patches were 2.7 and 3.6 times larger than they were in 2003 when we first mapped them. So if you do compounded interest, that's about a 15% compounded interest, which I would love in my retirement account. So that's annually compounded. Do we have, and what's spreading the seed in our situation? That's the question. I think what spread the seed initially was, well, Karen had talked earlier that Hayes was one of the locations that had done early old world bluestem work, looking at persistence and yield of old world bluestems, and we basically have it all over our research center, and some of that was harvested and spread in different areas because it's fed for hay.
But in these areas,
oh, in the areas where we saw the 2.7 and 3.6% increase, the area was a noticeable northeasterly spread. So it was basically following our dominant summerly wind. That was carrying the seed, is what it looked like. So it was moving in a northeasterly direction. Randy.
Following up on your comment about how this stuff spreads, one of the things I haven't really heard anybody say today, which I think is really important, is to just be on the frickin' lookout for this stuff. If you see one plant, I don't care if Karen says you can't kill it with 2 herbicide applications. If you see one plant or one little patch, kill the damn stuff. Then don't wait. You can't deal with it.
That I talked earlier about the area in northeast Ellis County where we have property that we clean our four-wheelers off when we go up there. I've found plants since I've been at the station. I've found plants that have started to grow up in that area that I'm presuming were brought in by our vehicles. And I'm usually not carrying Roundup with me when I go out there and I'm going through the pasture, but I usually do have a shovel. If I see a plant, I actually just dig it up and take it out with me. That's what I've done on that property.
I had some
But,
in my front yard. I did the same thing.
You know where Thomas More Prep? They're, that lawn is mowed 4, 5, 6 times a year, and that stuff is taking over out there. Except where I'm sneaking in and killing it. But I guess my point is, it might be pretty easy to be discouraged from everything that we've heard today because it's tough stuff.
It is tough.
But I think the most important thing that we can possibly do is to prevent it from getting any further. We're talking about restoration when that may be darn tough to do, but it's not so tough to get out there and get those individual plants along roadsides, county roads. If you see it in your pasture, get it as soon as you possibly can. And I think the worst possible thing we can do is be timid about this stuff. It's better to get it and kill anything else and come than to have it just take over the whole damn pasture. That's my opinion. I didn't hear that from anybody else, and by God, I was going to get it out.
So I have a question. We talked about trying to kill it, and I don't know if this was mentioned before, but how long does that allelopathic, property exist in the soil before you're going to get germination, even if you eliminate it?
That's the question. Since we don't know what the compound is, we don't know what to look for as far as residency time in the soil. And again, in the South Texas colleague we have, he's getting good germination the following spring after solarization of the ground in the previous summer. And removing the litter definitely helps. So but to answer how long it's there, we have to kind of figure out what we think it is before we can assess that. So.
And is anybody looking into bioremediation like they did with cheatgrass, or is it just not a big enough issue with the funding yet? Yeah.
It was brought up to me earlier that some folks, may not even know what it looks like. They've heard about it, and some folks here may, they've heard about it, they came to this, but maybe not everyone even knows what it looks like or what to look for. I'd say contact someone from your NRCS office. A lot of those folks know what it looks like and go out and identify it. Myself and Walt Fick can go out and identify it. Karen might even drive up and identify it for you. But I don't. There might be folks from Wildlife and Parks that know, that are able to identify it very well. So I'd say just ask around and find somebody that would know what it looks like. And if you have an inkling that you might have it, but not sure, just don't quit calling places until you find someone that can come out there and help you.
Did the extension folks, sure they know what it looks like?
I would say not all the extension folk. No, I would say not. Yeah, there's a lot of, not every location has someone that's in agronomy or animal science that could do that. Yes, yes, sir.
I get confused between little Bluestem and Old World, because they're both bushwoods.
Mm-hmm. Yep, little Bluestem and Old World, they are both bunch grasses. And, well, they both have a folded leaf type too, so that can be confusing. But the easiest time to do it is when they're headed out, but then you got seed production already taking place. But there are folks that can do it while it's vegetative too. I'd say just keep calling and trying to find somebody that can come out and help you identify it. Yes, sir?
If we don't really know how to get rid of it, do you have any ideas on how we can best manage it to keep the patches that we have from not spreading? I mean, spot burning, heavy grazing, any ideas on how to...
The question was, if it's so hard to control, is there anything we can do to try to prevent it from spreading? And basically, the things that you said, burning, mowing, things to try to keep it from going to seed and getting that seed pressure and propagules out, are basically going to be the main ways if you're not doing some sort of herbicide or spray treatment. Someone asked if it'll burn in June. In most cases, well, except for during droughts times like what we saw in our grazing study, most times the animals are avoiding it, so you have carryover dry matter in those patches the following year. Most Old World Bluestem patches will probably burn in the summer because they have a lot of old dead residual material in it.
The problem with that piece is in the country that I run, we've already burned, and
Yeah.
so you'd
Well,
be having a real hassle.
well, in that case, you already burned it, so you've gotten rid of that old material, so the animals probably would have grazed on it early, but they'll be moving off of it earlier and going to native grass. So the challenge would be keeping that area defoliated. Yeah, well, yeah, isolate it and try to manage it as its own area is one of the, I guess, best ways to try to do it. I mean, logistically, it's kind of, it can be kind of hard.
Did you try any herbicides that had a residual in them?
Did we try any herbicides that had a residual in them? The soil sterilant one, the Hyvar we tried, you know, it has a residual. And the arsenal we used initially was at such a high rate, it had a residual. Those areas that we treated in that first study, you know, we only treated them that one time. If you looked at that area 5 years later, because we didn't do any follow-up treatment, it was a solid stand again, and you couldn't tell where we had any of the treatments before. So just having some residual doesn't keep it from coming back in if you're not doing follow-up treatments. So.
Well, we want to welcome you here. I'm going to cut mine down quite a bit from what I was going to do, but I want to give you a really brief history of the Konza Prairie. The first 1,000 acres, this is a map over here, and I don't have it on a slide. The first 900 and some acres down here along I-70 was acquired in the 70s, early 70s. And then later on, they were able to buy, the Nature Conservancy buy the rest of it. So we have 8,600 acres out here, and it's divided up into 60 different watershed units, and they are burned at different intervals. Some are burned every 3 years, 1 year, 24. It's a big patchwork puzzle. So every year we burn about 60% of it on a schedule. The other thing to remember is the very south end down here, the first part of the Konza, they didn't know they were going to get any more. So all the experiments were set up down there unburned, and that's significant. We have bison grazing in about 2,480 acres out in the middle with different burn intervals. We have cattle grazing all along the east side with K-State, where we're doing a 3-year patch grazing experiment. But even those, like here's an annual, we have controls, they're burned every year in summer, and we rotate between these. There's research going on everywhere, and that really impacts me and Debbie and some of us that are doing invasive studies. In some cases, researchers are studying the very things that we want to kill. Like Caucasian bluestem, we've had studies going on until as recently as just a couple of years ago. So I have to keep those plots. I can't go in there and do anything. In some cases, they're studying one or more of the other invasives that we have, Sericea lespedeza, crown vetch. In my opinion, Debbie and I got the Caucasian under control about 12 years ago, maybe. I mean, manageable out here. And that's about 180 acres of this part right up in here. And that's the only place we have it other than one other place over here around a pond. We believe it came in about 1938, 39 on 2 ponds on spillways. And from there, it distributed. For the most part, and this isn't very far from where we're going to be today, it kind of spread in a northerly, northeast, northwest direction from the pond, which is located right down here. So it's pretty well confined here with a few exceptions. I'm going to put a map up here shortly that will show you where it's gone, but it's also going to show you a couple more of the other ones, the Sericea and the crown vetch. In my opinion, crown vetch, if it's ungrazed pasture, is a more serious threat than Caucasian, if you don't have it already, because it spreads by birds, and so does Sericea. And to me, it's a big problem. So we're on the lookout for that one. We have a little bit of musk thistle. We used to have a lot of it along 177, which would be this corridor right in here. When I first came in '93, we probably had 1,000 plants down there. I spent the first summer down there clipping the heads off of them and putting in garbage bags and then burning them. So we pretty well got this cleaned up. And we found a little bit down here and a little bit, but it's negligible compared to some of these other invasives. So I'm going to talk a little bit about, we can probably get ready to put, we're going to put a map up. It's probably going to overwhelm you with color for a minute, but I'll sort it out as I go along and try to keep it quick. It's this one, and then I want to do that one later. Yeah. This is a map that we produced in 2009. In about 2006 or 7, Debbie and I started mapping all of this stuff. Before that, we just went out and sprayed it, but we used the Garmins. We had 2 of them, and we started mapping all the work that we've been doing. And here's Caucasian right here, the blue. And that's that 190-acre deal I'm talking about. And the spots are a little big, but we really had it all throughout this area. We had densities as many as 1 or 2 plants per square meter, or 3, down to a little heavier in some places and lighter in others. So it wasn't all, we had nothing that looked like any of these slides where it's just solid white. We didn't have that. It has taken 30 and 40 years to just spread out gradually through water flow from the pond, which is located in here, went down that way. This one over here is another pond where it was intentionally planted in the late 30s, we believe, and so that was a problem. These other blue spots are just where we distributed it when we did our mowing out here to get our fire guards ready. When we figured out we were doing that, Jim, who was back there, we started not cleaning our mower up before we took it out because we were pulling it around and it wasn't a lot. This does not necessarily represent one plant, or it could be several plants in this whole area. So that just shows you the geographic area. And the one thing you've got to learn about any of these invasives, whether it's Caucasian, Sericea, crown vetch, is that if you ever let it go to seed, you must return there once or twice a season, probably until Jesus comes. I mean, you have to continually monitor those places. That's just an expression I like to use. You never, ever let up on this stuff, because if you let 2 or 3, 4 years go by, you are going to have a bigger mess. So, and it will be there to smile at you when you go back. They may be little plants, but if they've ever seeded, it is going to be there. So, we use the garments to get there, but this represents about 600 points here. We can put 1,000 in the garment. We just stopped putting them in unless we found something new, because it's still the same areas. This slide here was produced in 2009 after we'd been mapping for a couple of years, because we kept institutional memory. Debbie has an amazing memory, and I've got a pretty good one, except your name. I can't remember that, but I know where plants are. And so we basically know where to go. So we don't use the garments to lead us there, and unless we just kind of forget where something is, and we might refer to them. But we really, and you can see things like crown vetch. You can't see Sericea from a distance, but crown vetch has some little cousins that look a lot like it in certain seasons, and you're looking over there, oh, no, that's not it. Anyway, so we started on this. This was our area of emphasis when she came in 2001. This is her 15th season here. She works for me 90 days, 8 hours a day. We don't spray 8 hours a day, but some days we spray 6 or 7, and it'd be Debbie and I, or Debbie and I and her daughter Jessie on 2 units. We come through, we sweep through here first. We have spray units, one's out front. We've got hoses that are out about 40 feet on each side. We just pick a line, drive, and we use our hoses, and we just spray everything in the middle, move it up, and that's how we go over it. So we might pick a 30 and 40 acre patch and go over the whole thing. And that's how we do this. We've already pretty much eradicated most of it over here, but we still go back once or twice a year. We never let up on this stuff. We're just extremely anal about it, if you want to say. Okay, so that's the Caucasian. We use glyphosate at a rate of 2 ounces per gallon, and I can't tell you how that equates in terms of pounds, but the recommended rate is 1 to 5. So we work in the middle, and we have pretty good luck with it. I've heard people say it doesn't work well in the real hot weather. We found that out too. But we try. I mean, we might be spraying out there when it's 90 or 95 degrees, but we're probably wasting our time. So we get on it early. In fact, I would be spraying now, except it hasn't come on cool weather. Even these little clumps we've sprayed, you've got to get about that much growth on them before you can affect them, right? So I would have sprayed, we're going to go look at some plots out here that we've only sprayed for 2 years. And I would be spraying them now, but we just haven't had the warm weather. But it'll come. And so I've had to stay out of a few little areas. They're not big, twice the size of this room. We have several of them out there. And some of the areas where Karen's associate, Dr. Wilson, worked, she was doing some experiments on what rate to use, whether 1, 2, or 3, you know, see if it made any difference. I don't think it really did. We're just using right in the middle of the recommended rate. So it is critical when you do it, how wet it is, and if it's a real dry season, I suppose it's not as effective. But we found that we can get kill almost in any month. It's a little more effective in late May and June probably, and July, right, Debbie? And so, but it'll work. And if it doesn't work, you go back and look again, and then you hit it again. And what Debbie was reminding me of is that normally, if we spray a mature plant, we may not completely kill it that first year, but we'll do pretty serious damage. It may, like 90% of the clump may die, and then they'll see these little green things coming up next spring, and so we have to tap it again. Give it a little love tap, you know. Now we're spraying at the rate of several hundred plants, well, maybe an hour, each one of us, just walking along. Takes a good eye. You got to discriminate against little blue, and I've killed plenty of them. She said, oh, Debbie said, oh, you just got a little blue. Ugh. Well, anyway, depending on the stage of growth. Right now, they're very easy to see because they're kind of a light green. And we can get them. Well, we can see them from a long ways away if we burned it. And we just burned this whole area out here. They're very easy to see now. That's a good time to get them, not after they've already grown and seeded. So, but every time we go through here, guess what? Lots of little baby plants. The seeds from the previous years have started sprouting, so we nail them. So it's a constant effort over and over and over. Once or twice a season here, over here, over here, over here, over here. Well, we got this pretty well under control. We kept finding a little down in here. But we did some, in the early days, she brought her horses out and we rode contour riding. We were looking for Sericea mostly. We contour rode with 2 and 3 riders, all of this area around here over the 2 or 3 year period, to try to find things like Sericea that we couldn't find any other time. Crown vetch, easy to see, not Sericea. And Caucasian. So we would carry spray in 1 gallon, 1 gallon pumps in the saddlebags, and we'd shoot off the horse. They didn't like it at first, but they got used to it, you know. And if you shot downwind, which you want to do anyway. So, but in the early days, they wouldn't let us even take horses down here, and you sure couldn't drive on these watersheds, so that was the 4-wheelers route. Well, we've gotten a little more reasonable, and they will let us go certain places out in the bison area. We can, if we can get the 4-wheelers over the train, but it's very, you know, I'm talking about a mule or a Kubota, it's a very rough area. So a lot of times, it's your good old legs and feet. And we just take pump sprayers and go out. So that's how we do it. We walk it, we ride it sometimes, and use horses, and especially down in here. There's some more sensitive research going on down here, so we horseback a lot of this, and so forth. So, well, we got onto this. These green spots, most of them, except a few that got missed. This is Sericea lespedeza, and it just kind of comes in from nowhere. Birds will fly out and drop a seed. This right here is, what did we say this was, Debbie? This little green dot? Oh, well, I don't know, I can't remember. Anyway, we're looking for black swallowwort. That's a nasty plant. It's a viney thing, and if you see it, it's one of the hardest plants to kill. Anybody know what it is? Huh? Yeah. You got to use a little Tordon. That's a restricted use, mixed in with some stuff. But so we're surveying everything. Once we got this under control, we started moving down here. And the only 95% of all the spraying that we do out here is spot spraying with a little sprayer or a big sprayer on a hose. We do not boom spray very much. The only exception is a hill down here right at 311 gate, which by the time they let me start spraying there, it was, how tall? It was like a Brillo pad. It was so heavy. It had about a 5 and 6 year start on us. And so we boom sprayed that. I think we used Ally or Remedy. What did we do? Remedy. Huh? Crossbow Remedy. We finally cleared that out. We thought that we'd have nothing there after we did it, but there were a lot of plants there that had been suppressed. Now, does it look like there might be a little pattern to some of this stuff anywhere? Huh? Does it look like it might have come from down here? Well, it did. In 1997 and 98, they widened I-70, and I suspect, since I see it up the road, I suspect there was a little crown vetch in the seed mix, and they use it on rough areas, or they did use it. And the birds and the deer and other little critters were moving it in. And over here, I suspect maybe it came in on some mowers, because when we had 177 done in 1996, we specifically asked them not to put any, well, just the native plants. Don't use things like sericea, crown vetch, so forth. And they did. And so we had very little. This has been very clean along here. Now I'm going to show you the next slide. This was 98. This is what the situation does. It'll be pretty much the same with a few exceptions. You'll see on the south end we had some watersheds where we didn't have crown vetch, and you might even see some more Caucasian. I can't remember. Oh, that's the second. Either one, any one of these. One of them is. Huh? Is that it? Well, one of them was a PowerPoint, and one of them wasn't, huh? Okay. Okay. So we're still finding them in the same areas. And folks, just because we have dots there doesn't mean there are a lot of active plants there this year. We really have the whole thing, the whole place manageable. And that means instead of spending 2 and 3 weeks on the Caucasian like we did originally, or 4 weeks, I don't remember how long, a whole month or so before. And we didn't even get over all of it. We just hammered as much as we could get.
2009?
Huh?
That's what you want?
No, we just looked at 2009. It's the 14. It's this one, yeah. Oh. Okay. Now, saying there's a nice map, but Dr. Briggs put this together for me at the very last minute when we loaded the rest of our data from 2009 on. Okay, well then it's okay. It may not be a PowerPoint, but we can get it somehow. Hey, woo! Good girl, good girl. Okay, look. Yeah, it sure does, Ron. Look, see all the rest of these up in here? There's a lot more stuff. It's moving north. Now, it's interesting. This is an unburned watershed. It hadn't been burned, well, one time in 24 years. Don't ask me why, but we have some long term. Here's one down here. They wouldn't let me go in there at all until how many years ago? 10? 10 years ago. Why? It's all around things like dogwood, plum. Birds sit on there and do their thing, and that's where it comes. Now, and you see it in other areas, but you can see it's moving pretty much everywhere. This hasn't really changed. This is black swallowwort, which is that nasty one I was telling you about. Once we figured out that we were spreading it a little bit with the mower, then we started cleaning the mower. I think I said that already. So we don't have a big problem with Caucasian. And we have a little bit of yellow or King's Ranch out here too. Right out here, we're going to walk out and see it. But it's not really a problem. We only find, what, a dozen, half dozen plants maybe a year, if that many? Huh? Well, we had a bunch, but it's not as aggressive. It's not as aggressive. And it's usually a plant about this tall. And so, you know, it's just, to me, this is easy now. And Debbie, I mean, we keep going back here, and And it's just not a problem, but we're always, always diligent looking for these three. So we have to carry a spray for, you know, a little bit of glyphosate and plus some remedy or something else when we go out. But anyway, that kind of gives you an idea of what the invasive, these squares are, those are something else. Those are squares that Debbie wanted Gene Town to ID for her, and so she just picked some squares and then he went out and found them. But anyway, you can see we have a reasonable problem with invasives on a large area, 8,600 acres. You just can't let up. So, if, you know, my words to you are, you know, if you can do it without boom spraying it. The reason we don't boom spray is that you'll see we've maintained lots of other plants, or we've not killed other plants right next to it. And so they do have a chance to at least do something, right? And we have some areas that look pretty bleak, like, you know, like a little war zone as big as this room, and but there was so much there. But we left enough plants that they kind of filled in. So we only spend probably $2,000 to $4,000. I'm supposed to talk about cost. $2,000 to $4,000 a year on herbicides any year. But we spend a lot of hours. If we're both out, or three of us out for 5, 6 hours a day till it gets hot, or when riding horses, we got to stop around noon because it gets too hot for them. You know, we get a lot of hours and we trade labor for chemical. But we get over a lot of ground that way, so. And anyway, yes?
Are there any hands-on examples of the various stages from the roots up to the little tiny growth and up where people can actually look at that?
Well, if you could get into Debbie's mind, she knows what all stages are. And, you know, we've both gotten pretty good at recognizing them. If we see a few out there, whenever we're spraying, we're looking for similar plants, but we could miss a mature plant from last year. I don't know. I can't answer. I'm going to show you what they look like when they're about that high. And so what we're going to do here, I'm going to kind of wrap it up on that, unless you have questions. Don't let up. Be persistent. Get your exercise, see? I don't even have to go to the fitness club now. I was about 25 pounds lighter a couple of years ago, but Debbie made me walk all up these hills and down and around, and so she's a tough gal to work for. Anyway, no, we all do it, so, and we do it enthusiastically. We love killing plants. Yes, sir.
Who's going to follow you two? I mean, you're no...
Huh? Do I look like I might be ready to retire? Yeah, I am. Huh? I think, let me tell you something. The first 4 and 5 years Karen was here, I was criticized. At least people made comments on that guy's out there spraying, and you know, because the Conservancy had a no spray policy until about 15 or 18 years ago, and I kind of sneaked around a little bit. But I can't let things like bindweed, which is a noxious weed, I can't let those go. I can't, you know, just sit back and do nothing. So I don't know, but we're not going to let it go. I was just talking to the boss yesterday. I said, if there's one thing, when I retire, and I will, it's coming up sometime, it's got to be an important part of the job description that the site manager is responsible for the invasive species eradication program. It has to be one of the key elements of the job. It has to be. Because we were very close to losing this place had we not gotten motivated, you know, and then it would have been impossible. Bob Hamilton in Oklahoma is battling about 30,000 acres of Sericea lacidisa, and he's spending $100,000 a year for the last 10 years on spraying people. Okay, well, we're going to go outside here and look at some plots right around the corner, and Karen's going to talk about a lot of them. And yeah, you are.
Yeah, the one thing is that They may be able to find somebody if they describe it as a job where you get a horseback ride and walk all over the prairie. You know, is that your job?
I'm not real fond of riding anymore, but I do it, so. No.
May even get volunteers.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.